and the capex number, by how much it goes up, whether 25-30% next year.
Okay, so there you have Om Birla, Speaker of the Lok Sabha. The House fully, all the MPs in. We are going to have, remember, a short budget session before a recess on the 11th of February because of elections, of course, playing a role. But all eyes now on Nirmala Sitharaman.
मंत्री जी आज डिजिटल बजट पढ़ रहे हैं।
Honorable Speaker, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, माननीय अध्यक्ष जी, मैं 2022-23 के लिए बजट प्रस्तुत करती हूँ। शुरू में ही मैं at the outset, sir, I want to take a moment to express my empathy for those who had to bear adverse health and economic effects of the pandemic. The overall sharp rebound and recovery of the economy is reflective of our country's strong resilience. India's economic growth in the current year is estimated to be 9.2%, highest among all large economies. I recognize we are in the midst of an Omicron wave with high incidence but milder symptoms. Further, the speed and coverage of our vaccination campaign has helped greatly. With an accelerated improvement of health infrastructure in the past 2 years, we are in a strong position to withstand challenges. I am confident that with Sabka Prayas, we will continue our journey with strong growth. Honorable Speaker, we are marking Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav and have entered into Amrit Kal, the 25-year-long lead up to India at 100. Honorable Prime Minister in his Independence Day address had set out the vision for India at 100. By achieving certain goals during Amrit Kal, our government aims to attain this vision. They are complementing the macroeconomic level growth focus with a microeconomic level all-inclusive and fintech, technology-enabled development, energy transition, and climate action, and relying on virtuous cycle starting from private investment with public capital investment, helping to crowd in private investment. Since 2014, our government's focus has been on empowerment of citizens, especially the poor and the marginalized. Measures have included programs that have provided housing, electricity, cooking gas, and access to water. We also have programs for ensuring financial inclusion and direct benefit transfers. We are committed to strengthening the abilities of the poor to tap all opportunities. Our government constantly strives to provide the necessary ecosystem for the middle classes, a vast and wide section which is populated across various middle income brackets, to make use of the opportunities they so desire. This budget seeks to lay the foundation and give a blueprint to steer the economy over Amrit Kal of the next 25 years, from India at 75 to India at 100. It continues to build on the vision drawn in the budget of 21-22. Its fundamental tenets, which included transparency of financial statement and fiscal position, reflect the government's intent, strengths, and challenges. This continues to guide us. The initiatives of the last year's budget have seen significant progress and have been provided with adequate allocations in this budget as well. The strengthening of health infrastructure, speedy implementation of the vaccination program, and the nationwide resilient response to the current wave of the pandemic are evident for all. The productivity-linked incentive in 14 sectors for achieving the vision of Atmanirbhar Bharat has received excellent response, with potential to create 60 lakh new jobs and an additional production of 30 lakh crore during next 5 years. Towards implementation of the new public sector enterprise policy, the strategic transfer of ownership of Air India has been completed. The strategic partner for Neelanchal Ispat Nigam Limited has been selected. The public issue of the LIC is expected shortly. Others too are in the process for 2022-23.
The National Bank
The National Bank for Infrastructure Development and National Asset Reconstruction Company have commenced their activities. Honorable Speaker, sir, Budget 2021-22 had provided a sharp increase in provision for public investment or capital expenditure. Throughout the year, with the Honorable Prime Minister guiding the implementation, our economic recovery is continuing to benefit from the multiplier effect. This budget continues to provide impetus for growth. It lays a parallel track of 1. A blueprint for the Amrit Kal, which is futuristic and inclusive. This will directly benefit our youth, women, farmers, the scheduled castes, and the scheduled tribes. And number 2, big public investment. Number 2, big public investment for modern infrastructure, readying for India at 100. This shall be guided by PM Gati Shakti and be benefited by the synergy of multimodal approach. Moving forward on this parallel track, we lay the following 4 priorities: PM Gati Shakti, inclusive development, productivity enhancement and investment, sunrise opportunities, energy transition, and climate action, and 4, financing of investments. PM Gati Shakti. PM Gati Shakti is a transformative approach for economic growth and sustainable development. The approach is driven by 7 engines, namely roads, railways, airports, ports, mass transport, waterways, and logistics infrastructure. All 7 engines will pull forward the economy in unison. These engines are supported by the complementary roles of energy transmission, IT communication, bulk water and sewerage, and social infrastructure. Finally, the approach is powered by clean energy and Sabka Prayas. The efforts of the central government, the state governments, and the private sector together, leading to a huge job and entrepreneurial opportunities for all, especially the youth. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan, National Master Plan. The scope of PM Gati Shakti National Master Plan will encompass the 7 engines for economic transformation, seamless multimodal connectivity, and logistics efficiency. It will also include the infrastructure development by the state governments as per Gati Shakti Master Plan. The focus will be on planning, financing, including through innovative ways, use of technology, and speedier implementation. The projects pertaining to these 7 engines in the national infrastructure pipeline will be aligned with PM Gati Shakti framework. The touchstone of the master plan will be world-class modern infrastructure and logistics synergy among different modes of movement, both of people and goods, and location of projects. This will help raise the productivity and accelerate economic growth and development. Road transport. PM Gati Shakti Master Plan for expressways will be formulated in 22-23 to facilitate faster movement of people and goods. The National Highways network will be expanded by 25,000 kilometers in 2022-23. 20,000 crores of rupees will be mobilized through innovative ways of financing to complement the public resources. The data exchange among all mode operators will be brought on unified logistics interface platform, designed for application programming interface. This will provide for efficient movement of goods through different modes, reducing logistics cost and time, assisting just-in-time inventory management, and in eliminating tedious documentation. Most importantly, this will provide real-time information to all stakeholders and improve international competitiveness. Open source mobility stack for organizing seamless travel of passengers will also be facilitated. Contracts for implementation of multimodal logistic parks at 4 locations through PPP mode will be awarded in 22-23. Railways will develop new products and efficient logistics services for small farmers and small and medium enterprises, besides taking the lead in integration of postal and railways network to provide seamless solutions for movement of parcels. One station, one product concept will be popularized to help local businesses and supply chains. As a part of Atmanirbhar Bharat, 2,000 kilometers of network will be brought under Kavach, the indigenous world-class technology for safety and capacity augmentation in 2022-23. 400 new generation Vande Bharat trains will better energy efficiency and passenger riding experience will be developed and manufactured during the next 3 years. 100 PM Gati Shakti cargo terminals for multimodal logistics facilities will be developed during the next 3 years. Innovative ways of financing and faster implementation will be encouraged for building metro systems of appropriate type at scale. Multimodal connectivity between mass urban transport and railway stations will be facilitated on priority. Design of metro systems, including civil structures, will be reoriented and standardized for Indian conditions and needs. Parvat Mala, as a preferred ecologically sustainable alternative to conventional roads in difficult hilly areas, National Ropeways Development Program will be taken up on PPP mode. The aim is to improve connectivity and convenience for commuters, besides promoting tourism. This may also cover congested urban areas where conventional mass transit system is not feasible. Contracts for 8 such ropeway projects for a length of 60 kilometers will be awarded in 22-23. With technical support from the Capacity Building Commission, central ministries, state governments, and their infra agencies will have their skills upgraded. This will ramp up capacity in planning, design, financing, including innovative ways, and implementation management of the PM Gati Shakti infrastructure projects. Inclusive development, our second priority. Agriculture. The procurement of wheat in Rabi 21-22 and the estimated procurement of paddy in Kharif 21-22 will cover 1,208 lakh metric tons of wheat and paddy from 163 lakh farmers, and 2.37 lakh crores will be the direct payment of MSP value to their accounts.
Chemical-free natural farming will be promoted throughout the country, with a focus on farmers' lands in 5-kilometer wide corridors along the river Ganga at the first stage. 2023 has been announced as the International Year of Millets. Support will be provided for post-harvest value addition, enhancing domestic consumption, and for branding millet products nationally and internationally. To reduce our dependence on import of oil seeds, a rationalized and comprehensive scheme to increase domestic production of oil seeds will be implemented. For delivery of digital and high-tech services to farmers, with involvement of public sector research and extension institutions, along with private agri-tech players and stakeholders of agri-value chains, a scheme in PPP mode will be launched. Use of Kisan drones will be promoted for crop assessment, digitization of land records, spraying of insecticides and nutrients. States will be encouraged to revise syllabi of agricultural universities to meet the needs of natural, zero budget, and organic farming, modern day agriculture, value addition, and management. A fund with blended capital raised under the co-investment model will be facilitated through the NABARD. This is to finance startups for agriculture and rural enterprise relevant for farm produce value chain. The activities of these startups will include inter alia, support for FPOs, machinery for farmers on rental basis at farm level, and technology including IT-based support. The implementation of the Ken-Betwa link project at an estimated cost of 44,605 crores will be taken up. This is aimed at providing irrigation benefits to 9.0 lakh hectare of farmers' lands, drinking water supply to 62 lakh people, 103 megawatt of hydro, 27 megawatt of solar power, allocations of 4,300 crores of rupees in the RE 21-22 and 1,400 crores of rupees in 22-23 have been made for this project. Honorable Speaker, sir, draft DPRs for 5 river links, namely Daman Ganga Pinjal, Partapi Narmada, Godavari Krishna, Krishna Pennar, and Pennar Kaveri have been finalized. Once a consensus is reached among the beneficiary states, the Centre will provide support for their implementation. For farmers to adopt suitable varieties of fruits and vegetables and to use appropriate production and harvesting techniques, our government will provide a comprehensive package with participation of state governments. MSMEs, Udyam, eShram, NCS and ASEEM portals will be interlinked. Their scope will be widened. They will now perform as portals with live organic databases, providing G2C, B2C and B2B services. These services will relate to credit facilitation, skilling and recruitment with an aim to further formalize the economy and enhance entrepreneurial opportunities for all. Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme has provided the much needed additional credit to more than 130 lakh MSMEs. This has helped them mitigate the adverse impact of the pandemic. The hospitality and related services, especially those by micro and small enterprises, are yet to regain their pre-pandemic level of business. Considering these aspects, the ECLGS will be extended up to March 2023, and its guarantee cover will be expanded by 50,000 crores of rupees to total cover of 5 lakh crores. With the additional amount being earmarked exclusively for the hospitality and related sectors. Credit Guarantee Trust for Micro and Small Enterprises, CGT-MSE, scheme will be revamped with required infusion of funds. This will facilitate additional credit of 2 lakh crore for micro and small enterprises and expand employment opportunities. Raising and accelerating MSME performance, RAMP, program will outlay of 6,000 crore over 5 years will be rolled out. This will help MSME sector become more resilient, competitive, and efficient. Skilling programs and partnership with the industry will be reoriented to promote continuous skilling avenues, sustainability, and employability. The National Skill Qualification Framework will be aligned with dynamic industry needs. Digital ecosystem for skilling and livelihood, the Desh Stack e-portal, will be launched. This aims to empower citizens to skill, reskill, or upskill through online training. It will also provide API-based trusted skill credentials, payment and discovery layers to find relevant jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities. Startups will be promoted to facilitate Drone Shakti through varied applications and for drone as a service. In select ITIs in all states, the required courses for skilling will be started. Due to the pandemic-induced closure of schools, our children, particularly in the rural areas and those from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and other weaker sections, have lost almost 2 years of formal education. Mostly, these are children in government schools. We recognize the need to impart supplementary teaching and to build a resilient mechanism for education delivery. For this purpose, One Class, One TV channel program of PM E-Vidya will be expanded from 12 to 200 TV channels. This will enable all states to provide supplementary education in regional languages for classes 1 to 12. High-quality e-content in all spoken languages will be developed for delivery via internet, mobile phones, TV, and through radio and digital teachers. A competitive mechanism for development of quality e-content by the teachers will be set up to empower and equip them with digital tools of teaching and facilitate better learning outcomes. A digital university will be established to provide access to students across the country for world-class quality universal education with personalized learning experience at their doorsteps. This will be made available in different Indian languages and ICT formats. The university will be built on a networked hub and spoke model with the hub building cutting-edge ICT expertise. The best public universities and institutions in the country will collaborate as a network of hub and spoke. An open platform for the national digital health ecosystem will be rolled out. It will consist of digital registries of health providers and health facilities, unique health identity, consent framework, and universal access to health facilities. The pandemic has accentuated mental health problems in people of all ages. To better the access to quality mental health counseling and care services, a national tele-mental health program will be launched. This will include a network of 23 tele-mental health centers of excellence, with NIMHANS being the nodal center, and International Institute of Information Technology, Bangalore, IIIT Bangalore, providing technology support. Recognizing the importance of Nari Shakti as the harbinger of our bright future and for women-led development, during the Amrit Kal, our government has comprehensively revamped the schemes of the Ministry of Women and Child Development. Accordingly, 3 schemes, namely Mission Shakti, Mission Vatsalya, Saksham Anganwadi and Poshan 2.0 were launched recently to provide integrated benefits to women and children. Saksham Anganwadis are a new generation Anganwadis that have better infrastructure and audio-visual aids, powered by clean energy and providing improved environment for early childhood development. 2 lakh Anganwadis will be upgraded under this scheme. Current coverage of Har Ghar Nal Se Jal is 8.7 crores. Of this, 5.5 crore households were provided tap water in last 2 years itself. Allocation of 60,000 crores of rupees has been made with an aim to cover 3.8 crore households in 2022 and 23. In 22-23, 80 lakh houses will be completed for the identified eligible beneficiaries of the PM Awas Yojana, both rural and urban. 48,000 crores is allotted for this purpose. The central government will work with the state governments for reduction of time required for all land and construction related approvals, for promoting affordable housing for middle class and for the economically weaker sections in urban areas. We shall also work with the financial sector regulators to expand access to capital along with reduction in cost of intermediaries. A new scheme, Prime Minister's Development Initiative for the Northeast, will be implemented through the Northeastern Council. It will fund infrastructure in the spirit of PM Gati Shakti and social development projects based on felt needs of the Northeast. This will enable livelihood activities for youth and women, filling the gaps in various sectors. It will not be a substitute for existing central or state schemes. While the central ministries may also post their candidate projects, priority will be given to those posted by the states. An initial allocation of 1,500 crores of rupees will be made, and the initial list of projects is given in Annexure 1 of my speech. Our vision to improve the quality of life of citizens in the most backward districts of the country through Aspirational Districts program has been translated into reality in a very short span of time. 95% of those 112 districts have made significant progress in key sectors such as health, nutrition, financial inclusion, and basic infrastructure. They have surpassed even some of the state average values. However, in those districts, some blocks continue to lag. In 22-23, the program will focus on such blocks in those districts. Border villages with sparse population, limited connectivity, and infrastructure often get left out from the development gains. Such villages on the northern border will be covered under a new Vibrant Villages program. The activities will include construction of village infrastructure, housing, tourist centers, road connectivity, provisioning of decentralized renewable energy, direct-to-home access for Doordarshan and educational channels, and support for their livelihood generation. Additional funding for these activities will be provided. Existing schemes will be converged. We will define their outcomes and monitor them on a constant basis. In 2022, 100% of 1.5 lakh post offices will come on the core banking system, enabling financial inclusion and access to accounts through net banking, mobile banking, ATMs, and also provide online transfer of funds between post office accounts and bank accounts. This will be helpful, especially for farmers and senior citizens in rural areas, enabling interoperability and financial inclusion. Honorable Speaker, sir, in recent years, digital banking, digital payments, and fintech innovations have grown at a rapid pace in the country. Government is continuously encouraging these sectors to ensure that the benefits of digital banking reach every nook and corner of the country in a consumer-friendly manner. Taking forward this agenda and to mark 75 years of our independence, it is proposed to set up 75 digital banking units in 75 districts of the country by scheduled commercial banks. The financial support for digital payment ecosystem announced in the previous budget will continue in 22-23 as well. This will encourage further adoption of digital payments. There will also be a focus to promote use of payment platforms that are economical and user-friendly. Sir, I move to the next priority. In recent years, over 25,000 compliances were reduced and nearly 1,500 union laws were repealed. This is the result of our government's strong commitment for minimum government and maximum governance. 1,486 union laws were repealed. Our trust in the public and ease of doing business is what is highlighted here, sir. For the Amrit Kal, the next phase of ease of doing business 2.0 and ease of living will be launched. In our endeavor to improve productive efficiency of capital and human resources, we will follow the idea of trust-based governance. The new phase will be guided by an active involvement of the states, digitization of manual processes and interventions, integration of the central and state level systems through IT bridges, a single point access for all citizen-centric services, and standardization and removal of overlapping compliances, crowdsourcing of suggestions and ground-level assessment of the impact with active involvement of citizens and businesses will be encouraged. A single window portal, Parivesh, for all green clearances was launched in 2018. It has been instrumental in reducing the time required for approvals significantly. The scope of this portal will be expanded to provide information to the applicants based on location of units. Information about specific approvals will be provided. It will enable application for all 4 approvals through a single form and tracking of the process through Centralized Processing Center Green, CPC Green. E-passports. The issuance of e-passports using embedded chip and futuristic technology will be rolled out in 22-23 to enhance the convenience for the citizens in their overseas travel. By the time of India at 100, nearly half our population is likely to be living in urban areas. To prepare for this, orderly urban development is of critical importance. This will help realize the country's economic potential, including livelihood opportunities for the demographic dividend. For this, on the one hand, we need to nurture the megacities and their hinterlands to become current centers of economic growth. On the other, we need to facilitate Tier 2 and Tier 3 cities to take on the mantle in the future. This would require us to reimagine our cities into centers of sustainable living with opportunities for all, including women and our youth. For this to happen, urban planning cannot continue with a business-as-usual approach. We plan to steer a paradigm change. A high-level committee of reputed urban planners, urban economists, and institutions will be formed to make recommendations on urban sector policies, capacity building, planning, implementation, and governance. For urban capacity building, support will be provided to the states. Modernization of building bylaws, town planning schemes, transit-oriented development will be implemented. This will facilitate reforms for people to live and work closer to the mass transit systems. The central government's financial support for mass transit projects and Amrit scheme will be leveraged for formulation of action plans and their implementation for facilitating the TOD and TPS by the states. For developing India-specific knowledge in urban planning and design, and to deliver certified training in these areas, up to 5 existing academic institutions in different regions will be designated as centers of excellence. These centers will be provided endowment fund of 250 crore each. In addition, the AICTE will take the lead to improve syllabi, quality and access of urban planning courses in other institutions. We will promote a shift to use of public transport in urban areas. This will be complemented by clean tech and governance solutions, special mobility zones with zero fossil fuel policy and EV vehicles. Battery swapping policy. Considering the constraint of space in urban areas, for setting up charging stations at scale, a battery swapping policy will be brought out and interoperability standards will be formulated. The private sector will be encouraged to develop sustainable and innovative business models for battery or energy as a service. This will improve efficiency in the EV ecosystem. Efficient use of land resources is a strong imperative. States will be encouraged to adopt unique land parcel identification number to facilitate IT-based management of records. The facility for transliteration of land records across any of the Schedule 8 languages will also be rolled out. The adoption of linkage with National Generic Document Registration System (NGDRS) with the One Nation, One Registration software will be promoted as an option for uniform process of registration and anywhere registration of deeds and documents. Necessary amendments in the code IBC will be carried out to enhance the efficiency of the resolution process and facilitate cross-border insolvency resolution. Accelerated corporate exit. Several IT-based systems have been established for accelerated registration of new companies. Now the Center for Processing Accelerated Corporate Exit, CPACE, will process re-engineering, will be established to facilitate and speed up the voluntary winding up of these companies from the currently required 2 years to less than 6 months. Government procurement. Government rules have recently been modernized for the needs of Amrit Kal. The new rules have benefited from the inputs from various stakeholders. The modernized rules allow use of transparent quality criteria besides cost and evaluation of complex tenders. Provisions have been made for payment of 75% of running bills mandatorily within 10 days and for encouraging settlements of disputes through conciliation. As a further step to enhance transparency and to reduce delays in payments, a completely paperless, end-to-end online e-bill system will be launched for use by all central ministries for their procurements. The system will enable the suppliers and contractors to submit online their digitally signed bills and claims and track their status from anywhere. To reduce indirect cost for suppliers and work contractors, the use of surety bonds as a substitute for bank guarantee will be made acceptable in government procurements. Business such as gold imports may also find this useful. IRDAI, insurance regulator, has given the framework for issue of surety bonds by insurance companies. AVGC Promotion Task Force. The animation, visual effects, gaming, and comic, the AVGC sector, offers immense potential to employ youth. An AVGC Promotion Task Force with all stakeholders will be set up to recommend ways to realize this and build domestic capacity for serving our markets and the global demand. Telecom sector. Telecommunications in general and 5G technology in particular can enable growth and offer job opportunities. Required spectrum auctions will be conducted in 2022 to facilitate rollout of 5G mobile services within 2022-23 by private telecom providers. A scheme for design-led manufacturing will be launched to build a strong ecosystem for 5G as part of the production-linked incentive scheme. To enable affordable broadband and mobile service proliferation in rural and remote areas, 5% of annual collections under the Universal Service Obligation Fund will be allocated. This will promote R&D and commercialization of technologies and solutions. Our vision is that all villages and their residents should have the same access to e-services, communication facilities, and digital resources as urban areas and their residents. The contracts for laying optical fiber in all villages, including remote areas, will be awarded under the BharatNet project through PPP in 22 and 23. Completion is expected in 2025. Measures will be taken to enable better and more efficient use of the optical fiber. Export promotion. The Special Economic Zones Act will be replaced with a new legislation that will enable the states to become partners in development of enterprise and service hubs. This will cover all large existing and new industrial enclaves to optimally utilize available infrastructure and enhance competitiveness of exports. Atmanirbharta in defense. Our government is committed to reducing imports and promoting Atmanirbharta in equipment for the armed forces. 68% of the capital procurement budget will be earmarked for domestic industry in 22-23, up from 58% in 21-22. Defense R&D will be opened up for industry, startups, and academia, with 25% of defense R&D budget earmarked. Private industry will be encouraged to take up design and development of military platforms and equipment in collaboration with DRDO and other organizations through SPV model. An independent nodal umbrella body will be set up for meeting wide-ranging testing and certification requirements. Artificial intelligence, geospatial systems and drones, semiconductor and its ecosystem, space economy, genomics and pharmaceuticals, green energy and clean mobility systems have immense potential to assist sustainable development at scale and modernize the country. They provide employment opportunities for our youth and make Indian industry more efficient and competitive. Supportive policies, light touch regulations, facilitative actions to build domestic capacities and promotion of research and development will guide the government's approach. For R&D in the sunrise opportunities, in addition to efforts of collaboration among academia, industry and public institutions, government contribution will be provided. Energy transition and climate change. The risks of climate change are the strongest negative externalities that affect India and other countries. As Honorable Prime Minister said at the COP26 summit in Glasgow last November, and I quote, "What is needed today is mindful and deliberate utilization instead of mindless, destructive consumption," unquote. The low-carbon development strategy, as enunciated in the Panchamrit that he announced is an important reflection of our government's strong commitment towards sustainable development. The strategy opens up huge employment opportunities and will take the country on a sustainable development path. This budget proposes several near-term and long-term actions accordingly. Solar power. To facilitate domestic manufacturing for the ambitious goal of 280 gigawatts of installed solar capacity by 2030, an additional allocation of 19,500 crores for PLI, production-linked incentive, for manufacturing of high-efficiency modules with priority to fully integrate manufacturing units from polysilicon to solar PV modules will be made. Honorable Speaker, sir, the circular economy transition is expected to help in productivity enhancement as well as creating large opportunities for new businesses and jobs. The action plans for 10 sectors such as electronic waste, end-of-life vehicles, used oil waste, toxic and hazardous industrial waste are already ready. The focus will now be on addressing important cross-cutting issues of infrastructure, reverse logistics, technology upgradation, and integration with informal sector. This will be supported by active public policies covering regulations, extended producers' responsibilities, framework, and innovation facilities. 5 to 7% biomass pellets will be co-fired in thermal power plants, resulting in carbon dioxide savings of 38 MMT annually. This will also provide extra income to farmers and job opportunities to locals and help avoid stubble burning in agricultural fields. Saving energy is an important aspect of the energy management. Hence, energy efficiency and savings measures will be promoted. This will be done in large commercial buildings through the energy service company business model. It will facilitate capacity building and awareness for energy audits, performance contracts, and common measurement of and verification protocol. 4 pilot projects for coal gasification and conversion of coal into chemicals required for the industry will be set up to evolve technical and financial viability. The policies and required legislative changes to promote agroforestry and private forestry will be brought in. In addition, financial support will be provided to farmers belonging to scheduled castes and scheduled tribes who want to take up agroforestry. Honorable Speaker, I now move to the 4th priority, financing of investments. Capital investment holds the key to speedy and sustainable economic revival and consolidation through its multiplier effect. Capital investment also helps in creating employment opportunities, induced enhanced demand for manufactured input from large industries and MSMEs, services from professionals, and help farmers through better agri-infrastructure. The economy has shown strong resilience to come out of the effects of the pandemic with high growth. However, we need to sustain that level to make up for the setback of 2020-2021. As outlined in para 5 earlier, the virtuous cycle of investment requires public investment to crowd in private investment. At this stage, private investments seem to require that support to rise to their potential and to the needs of the economy. Public investment must continue to take the lead and prime the private investment and demand in 2022-23. Considering the above imperative, the outlay for capital expenditure in the Union budget is once again being stepped up sharply by 35.4% from 5.54 lakh crore in the current year to 7.50 lakh crores in 22-23. This has increased to more than 2.2 times the expenditure of 2019-20. This outlay in 22-23 will be 2.9% of the GDP. effective capital expenditure. With this investment taken together with the provision made for creation of capital assets through grants and aid to states, the effective capital expenditure of the central government is estimated at 10.68 lakh crores in 22-23, which will be about 4.1% of the GDP. Green bonds. As a part of the government's overall market borrowings in 22-23, sovereign green bonds will be issued for mobilizing resources for green infrastructure. The proceeds will be deployed in public sector projects which help in reducing the carbon intensity of the economy. Gift IFSC. World-class foreign universities and institutions will be allowed in the gift city to offer courses in the financial management, fintech, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics free from domestic regulations, except those by the IFSCA, to facilitate availability of high-end human resources for financial services and technology. An international arbitration center will be set up in the gift city for timely settlement of disputes under international jurisprudence. Services for global capital, for sustainable and climate finance in the country will be facilitated in the gift city. Infrastructure status. Data centers and energy storage systems, including dense charging infrastructure and grid-scale battery systems, will be included in the harmonized list of infrastructure. This will facilitate credit availability for digital infrastructure and clean energy storage. Venture capital and private equity invested more than 5.5 lakh crores last year, facilitating one of the largest startup growth system. Scaling up this investment requires a holistic examination of regulatory and other frictions. An expert committee will be set up to examine and suggest appropriate measures. Government-backed funds, NIIF and SIDBI, Fund of Funds, have provided scale capital, creating a multiplier effect. For encouraging important sunrise sectors such as climate action, deep tech, digital economy, pharma, and agri-tech, the government will promote these thematic funds for blended finance, with the government share being limited to 20% and the funds being managed by private fund managers. For financing the infrastructure needs, the stepping up of public investment will need to be complemented by private capital at a significant scale. Measures will be taken to enhance financial viability of projects, including PPP, with technical and knowledge assistance from multilateral agencies. Enhancing financial viability shall also be obtained by adopting global best practices, innovative ways of financing, and balanced risk allocation. Digital rupee. Introduction of a central bank digital currency will give a big boost to digital economy. Digital currency will also lead to a more efficient and cheaper currency management system. It is therefore proposed to introduce digital rupee using blockchain and other technologies to be issued by the Reserve Bank of India starting 2022 and 23. Financial assistance to states for capital investment. Reflecting the true spirit of cooperative federalism, the central government is committed to bolstering the hands of the states in enhancing their capital investment towards creating productive assets and generating remunerative employment. The scheme for financial assistance to states for capital investment has been extremely well received by the states. In deference to the requests received during my meeting with the chief ministers and state finance ministers, the outlay for this scheme is being enhanced from 10,000 crores in the budget estimates to 15,000 crores in the revised estimates for the current year. For 22-23, I'll repeat that sentence for the benefit of many of our honourable members. In deference to the requests received during my meeting with chief ministers and state finance ministers, the outlay for this scheme is being enhanced from 10,000 crores in the BE to 15,000 crores, 15,000 crores in the RE of the current year. For 22-23, the allocation is 1 lakh crores to assist the states in catalyzing the overall investments in the economy. These 50-year interest-free loans are over and above the normal borrowings allowed to the states, are over and above the normal borrowings to the states. This allocation will be used for PM Gati Shakti related and other productive capital investments of the states. It will also include components for supplemental funding for priority segments of PM Gram Sadak Yojana, including support for the state share, digitization of the economy, including digital payments and completion of OFC network, and reforms related to building bylaws, town planning schemes, transit-oriented development, and transferable development rights. In 22-23, in accordance with the recommendations of the 15th Finance Commission, the states will be allowed a fiscal deficit of 4% of the GSDP, of which 0.5% will be tied to power sector reforms, for which the conditions have already been communicated in 21-22. Fiscal management. As against a total expenditure of 34.83 lakh crores of rupees projected in the BE 21-22, the revised estimate is 37.70 lakh crores. The revised estimate of capital expenditure is 6.3 lakh crores of rupees. This includes an amount of 51,971 crores towards settlement of outstanding guaranteed liabilities of Air India and its other sundry commitments. Coming to the budget estimates, Honourable Speaker, sir, the total expenditure in 22-23 is estimated at 39.45 lakh crores, while the total receipts other than borrowings are estimated at 22.84 lakh crores of rupees. The revised fiscal deficit, Honourable Speaker, in the current year is estimated at 6.9% of the GDP, as against 6.8% projected in the budget estimates. The fiscal deficit is in 22-23 is estimated at 6.4% of the GDP, which is consistent with the broad path of the fiscal consolidation announced by me last year to reach a fiscal deficit level below 4.5% by 25-26. While setting the fiscal deficit level in 22-23, I am conscious of the need to nurture growth through public investment to become stronger and sustainable. I will now move to part B of my speech. Direct tax. Honorable Speaker, sir, I take this opportunity to thank all the taxpayers of our country who have contributed immensely and strengthened the hands of the government in helping their fellow citizens in this hour of need. So I have brought in a little verse from the Mahabharata. I wouldn't spend more time reading because I would like the speech to get enough time. However, the substance of it is the king must make arrangements for yoga kshema, which is the welfare of the populace, by way of abandoning any laxity and by governing the state in line with dharma, along with collecting taxes which are in consonance with dharma. This is Mahabharata Shanti Parva Adhyaya, Shloka 11 from 72. Drawing wisdom from our ancient texts, we continue on the path to progress. The proposals in this budget, while continuing with our declared policy of stable and predictable tax regime, intend to bring more reforms that will take ahead our vision to establish a trustworthy tax regime. This will further simplify the tax system, promote voluntary compliance by taxpayers, and reduce litigation. Introducing new updated return. India is growing at an accelerated pace and people are undertaking multiple financial transactions. The Income Tax Department has established a robust framework of reporting of taxpayers' transactions. In this context, some taxpayers may realize that they have committed omissions or mistakes in correctly estimating their income for tax payment. To provide an opportunity to correct such errors, I am proposing a new provision permitting taxpayers to file an updated return on payment of additional tax. This updated return can be filed within 2 years from the end of the relevant assessment year. Honorable Speaker, sir, presently, if the department finds out that some income has been missed out by an assessee, it goes through a lengthy process of adjudication. Instead, with this proposal now, there will be a trust repost in the taxpayers that will enable the assessee herself to declare the income that she may have missed out earlier while filing her return. Full details of the proposal are given in the finance bill. It is an affirmative step in the direction of voluntary compliance. Reduced alternative minimum tax rate and surcharge for cooperatives. Currently, cooperative societies are required to pay alternate minimum tax at the rate of 18 and 1.5%. However, companies pay the same rate, the same, which is the alternate minimum tax, at the rate of 15%. To provide a level playing field between cooperative societies and companies, I propose to reduce this rate for the cooperative societies also to 15%. Honorable Speaker, sir, I also propose to reduce the surcharge on cooperative societies from the present 12% to 7% for those having total income of more than 1 crore and up to 10 crores. This would help in enhancing income of cooperative societies and its members who are mostly from the rural and from farming communities. Tax relief to persons with disability. The parent or guardian of a differently abled person can take an insurance scheme for such person. The present law provides for deduction to the parent or guardian only if the lump sum payment or annuity is available to the differently abled person on the death of the subscriber, that is the parent or the guardian. There could be situations where the differently abled dependent may need payment of annuity or lump sum amount even during the lifetime of their parent or guardian. I propose thus to allow the payment of annuity and lump sum amount to the differently abled dependent during the lifetime of the parent and guardians, that is parent or guardians, attaining the age of 60 years. Parity between employees of the state and central governments. At present, the central government contributes 14% of the salary of its employee to the National Pension System, NPS, Tier 1. This is allowed as a deduction in computing the income of the employee. However, such deduction is allowed only to the extent of 10% of the salary in case of employees of the state governments. To provide equal treatment to both central and state government employees, I propose to increase the tax deduction limit from 10% to 14% on employers' contribution to the MPS account of state government employees as well. This would help in enhancing the social security benefits of the state government employees and bring them at par with central government employees. Incentives for startups. Startups have emerged as drivers of growth for our economy. Over the past few years, the country has seen a manifold increase in successful startups. Eligible startups established before 31/3/2022 had been provided a tax incentive for 3 consecutive years out of the 10 years from incorporation. In view of the COVID pandemic, I propose to extend the period of incorporation of the eligible startup by 1 more year, that is up to 31/3/2023, for providing such tax incentives. Incentives for newly incorporated manufacturing entities under concessional tax regime. In an effort to establish a global competitive business environment for certain domestic companies, a concessional tax regime of 15% was introduced by our government for newly incorporated domestic manufacturing companies. I propose to extend the last date for commencement of manufacturing or production under Section 115B(ab) by 1 more year, that is from 31st March 2023 to 31st March 2024. Scheme for taxation of virtual digital assets. There has been a phenomenal increase in transaction in virtual digital assets. The magnitude and frequency of these transactions have made it imperative to provide for a specific tax regime. Accordingly, for the taxation of virtual digital assets, I propose to provide that any income from transfer of any virtual digital asset shall be taxed at the rate of 30%, 30%. No deduction in respect of any expenditure or allowance shall be allowed while computing such income except cost of acquisition. Further, loss from transfer of virtual digital asset cannot be set off against any other income. Further, in order to capture the transaction details, I also propose to provide for TDS on payment made in relation to transfer of virtual digital asset at the rate of 1% of such consideration above a monetary threshold. Gift of virtual digital asset is also proposed to be taxed in the hands of the recipient. Litigation management to avoid repetitive appeals by the department. It has been observed that a lot of time and resources are consumed in filing of appeals which involve identical issues. Taking forward our policy of sound litigation management, I propose to provide that if a question of law in the case of an assessee is identical to a question of law which is pending in the appeal before a jurisdictional High Court or Supreme Court, in any case, the filing of further appeal in the case of this assessee by the department shall be deferred till such a question of law is decided by the jurisdictional High Court or the Supreme Court. This will greatly help in reducing the repeated litigation between taxpayer and the department. Taking forward our efforts to further promote the IFSC, I hereby propose to provide that income of a non-resident from offshore derivative instruments or over-the-counter derivatives issued by an offshore banking unit, income from royalty and interest on account of lease of ship, and income received from portfolio management services in IFSC shall be exempt from tax subject to specified conditions. Rationalization of surcharge. In the globalized business world, there are several work contracts whose terms and conditions mandatorily require formation of a consortium. The members in the consortium are generally companies. In such cases, the income of these AOPs has to suffer a graded surcharge up to 37%, which is a lot more than surcharge on the individual companies. Accordingly, I propose to cap the surcharge of these AOPs at 15%. Further, the long-term capital gains on listed equity shares, units, etc., are liable to maximum surcharge of 15%, while other long-term capital gains are subjected to a graded surcharge which goes up to 37%. I propose to cap the surcharge on long-term capital gains arising on transfer of any type of assets at 15%. This step will give a boost to startup community, and along with my proposal on the extended tax benefits to manufacturing companies and startups, reaffirms our commitment to Atmanirbhar Bharat. Clarification in relation to health and education cess as business expenditure. The income tax is not an allowable expenditure for computation of business income. This includes tax as well as surcharges. The health and education cess is imposed as an additional surcharge on the taxpayer for funding specific government welfare programs. However, some courts have allowed health and education cess as business expenditure, which is against the legislative intent. To reiterate the legislative intent, I propose to clarify that any surcharge or cess on income and profits is not allowable as business expenditure. Deterrence against tax evasion. Honourable Speaker, sir, presently there is ambiguity regarding set-off of brought forward loss against undisclosed income detected in search operations. It has been observed that in many cases where undisclosed income or suppression of sales, etc., is detected, payment of tax is avoided by setting off of losses. In order to bring certainty and to increase deterrence among tax evaders, I propose to provide that no set-off of any loss shall be allowed against undisclosed income detected during search and survey operations. It has been noticed that as a business promotion strategy, there is a tendency on businesses to pass on benefits to their agents. Such benefits are taxable in the hands of the agents. In order to track such transactions, I propose to provide for tax deduction by the person giving benefits if the aggregate value of such benefits exceeds 20,000 rupees during the financial year. A few other changes are being made, the details of which are there in the finance bill. Indirect taxes. So remarkable progress in GST. GST has been a landmark reform of independent India, showcasing the spirit of cooperative federalism. While aspirations were high, there were huge challenges too. These challenges were overcome deftly and painstakingly under the guidance and the oversight of the GST Council. We can now take pride in a fully IT-driven and progressive GST regime that has fulfilled the cherished dream of India as one market, one tax. There are still some challenges remaining, and we aspire to meet them in the coming year. The right balance between facilitation and enforcement has engendered significantly better compliance, and enforcement has engendered better compliance. GST revenues are buoyant despite the pandemic. I would bring in something which I've got to know this morning, not part of my speech, but worth putting in here for the knowledge of the Honourable House. I would like to bring to the notice of this House that the gross GST collections for the month of January 22 are rupees 1,40,986 crores, which is the highest since the inception of GST. This has been possible due to rapid economic growth, recovery, post-COVID, This has been possible due to the rapid economic recovery post-COVID, as well as various policy and administration undertaken by central and state tax administrations. Taxpayers deserve applause for this growth. Not only did they adapt to the changes, but enthusiastically contributed to the cost of paying taxes. Special economic zones. In part A of my speech, I have referred to the proposed reforms in SEZs. Alongside, we will also undertake reforms in customs administration of SEZs, and it shall henceforth be fully IT-driven and function on the customs national portal with a focus on higher facilitation and with only risk-based checks. This will ease doing business by SEZ units considerably. This reform shall be implemented by 30th September 2022. Customs reforms and duty rate changes. Customs administration has reinvented itself over the years through liberalized procedures and infusion of technology. Faceless customs has been fully established. During COVID-19 pandemic, customs formation have done exceptional frontline work against all odds, displaying agility and purpose. Customs reforms have played a very vital role in domestic capacity creation, providing level playing field to our MSMEs, easing the raw material supply side constraints, enhancing ease of doing business, and being an enabler to other policy initiatives such as PLI and phased manufacturing plans. My proposal on customs side are aligned to these objectives. Project imports and capital goods. National Capital Goods Policy 2016 aims at doubling the production of capital goods by 2025. This would create an employment opportunities and result in increased economic activity. However, several duty exemptions, even extending to over 3 decades, in some cases have been granted to capital goods for various sectors like power, fertilizer, textiles, leather footwear, food processing, and fertilizers. These exemptions have hindered the growth of the domestic capital goods sector. Similarly, project import duty concessions have also deprived the local producers of a level playing field in areas like coal mining projects, power generation, transmission or distribution projects, railway and metro projects. Our experience suggests that reasonable tariffs are conducive to the growth of domestic industry and make in India without significantly impacting the cost of essential imports. Accordingly, Honourable Speaker, Sir, it is proposed to phase out the concessional rates in capital goods and project imports gradually and apply a moderate tariff of 7.5%. Certain exemptions for advanced machineries that are not manufactured within the country shall continue. A few exemptions are being introduced on inputs like specialized castings, ball screw, and linear motion guide to encourage domestic manufacturing of capital goods. In the last two budgets, we have rationalized several customs exemptions. We have once again carried out an extensive consultation, including by crowdsourcing. As a result of these consultations, more than 350 exemption entries are proposed to be gradually phased out. These include exemptions on certain agricultural produce, chemicals, fabrics, medical devices and drugs, and medicines for which sufficient domestic capacity exists. Further, as a simplification measure, several concessional rates are being incorporated in the customs tariff schedule itself instead of prescribing them through various notifications. This comprehensive review will simplify the customs rate and tariff structure, particularly for sectors like chemicals, textiles, and metals, and minimize disputes. Removal of exemption on items which are or can be manufactured in India and providing concessional duties on raw material that go into manufacturing of intermediate products will go many a step forward in achieving our objective of Make in India and Atmanirbhar Bharat. I shall now take up specific sector-specific proposals. Electronics. Electronic manufacturing has been growing rapidly. Customs duty rates are being calibrated to provide a graded rate structure to facilitate domestic manufacturing of wearable devices, hearable devices, and electronic smart meters. Duty concessions are being given to parts of transformer of mobile phone chargers and camera lens of mobile camera module and certain other such items. This will enable domestic manufacturing of high-growth electronic items. Gems and jewellery. To give a boost to the gems and jewellery sector, customs duty on cut and polished diamonds and gemstones is being reduced to 5%. Simply sawn diamond would attract nil customs duty. To facilitate export of jewellery through e-commerce, a simplified regulatory framework shall be implemented by June this year. To disincentivize import of undervalued imitation jewellery, the customs duty on imitation jewellery is being prescribed in a manner that a duty of at least 400 rupees per kg is paid on its import. Chemicals. Customs duty on certain critical chemicals, namely methanol, acetic acid, and heavy feedstocks for petroleum refining are being reduced, while duty is being raised on sodium cyanide, for which adequate capacity in the domestic arena exists. These changes will help in enhancing domestic value addition. MSMEs. Duty on umbrellas is being raised to 20%. Exemption to parts of umbrellas is being withdrawn. Exemption is also being rationalized on implements and tools for agricultural sector which are manufactured in India. Customs duty exemption given to steel scrap last year is being extended for another year to provide relief to MSME secondary steel producers. Certain anti-dumping and CVD on stainless steel and coated steel flat products, bars of alloy steel and high-speed steel are being revoked in larger public interest considering prevailing high prices of metals. To incentivize exports, exemptions are being provided on items such as embellishment, trimmings, fasteners, buttons, zipper, lining material, specified leather, furniture fittings, and packaging boxes that may be needed by bona fide exporters of handicrafts, textiles, leather garments, leather footwear, and other goods. Honorable Speaker, sir, duty is being reduced on certain inputs required for shrimp aquaculture so as to promote its exports. Tariff measure to encourage blending of fuel. Blending of fuel is a priority for this government. To encourage the efforts for blending of fuel, unblended fuel shall attract an additional differential excise duty of Rs 2 per litre from first day of October 22. A few other changes are being made in duty rates, customs, tariff and customs law, the details of which are there in the finance bill. Mr. Speaker, sir, with these words, I commend the budget to this august House. Thank you.
Item number 2, Srimati Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, with your permission, I rise to lay on the table the following statements under Section 3(1) of the Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management FRBM Act 2003. Medium-term fiscal policy cum fiscal policy strategy statement and macroeconomic framework statement.
Item number 3, Vitt Videk 2020, Nirmala Sitharaman ji.
Sir, item number 3, Finance Bill. Sir, with your permission, I rise to move for leave to introduce the Finance Bill 2022.
प्रश्न ये कि वित्त विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करने की अनुमति प्रदान की जाए। जो सदस्य इसके पक्ष में हाँ गए, जो सदस्य विरोध में ना गए, मेरे विचार में निर्णय हाँ वालों के पक्ष में, हाँ वालों के पक्ष में माननीय मंत्री जी वित्त विधेयक को प्रस्तावित करें।
Sir, I introduce the bill.
सभा की कार्रवाई कल बुधवार दिनांक 2 फरवरी 2022 को 4:30 बजे तक के लिए स्थगित की जाती है।
Finance Minister has delivered her shortest budget speech yet, 90 minutes. As opposed to the previous speeches which have been usually over 2 hours, Nirmala Sitharaman's shortest budget speech, the fiscal deficit being pegged at 6.9% of GDP, sovereign green bonds to be issued, capex pegged at 7.5 lakh crores, taxation on digital assets, government setting a tax regime for digital assets. But broadly speaking, it seems that the government has chosen a path of tinkering very little with the existing taxation systems. They have chosen to try and focus on infrastructure, which was expected, and trying to send out the message that the government doesn't intend to stop the direction in which the economy is going at the moment. Remember, the finance minister claiming month of January has seen the highest GST collections at the moment. Rahul, in a sense, we were taken by surprise by just the short nature of the speech, but also the fact that it was remarkably short of the big bang announcements, which many people would think is the best thing that's happened. No attempt made to create any disruption. Instead, a belief that if you pursue this direction now and give the private sector enough opportunity by creating an enabling environment, that should kickstart the economy in itself.
So it still was 1 hour 30 minutes long, short only in comparison to the 2 hours 40 minutes she spent a couple of years ago. and therefore it seemed shorter.
But among the shorter ones, Rahul, in recent times, if you even look at, previous speeches of Arun Jaitley, and, the charge against Mr. Jaitley at the time was that there was a lot of tinkering being done, looking at specific sectors and looking at tax cuts or in some ways taxation on very, very specific sectors. This time, the finance ministers avoided tinkering too much. You get a sense that this is a government which has decided whatever it wishes to do, it will do outside the budget, not so much in the budget.
And she said so in the budget. The whole idea that there be continuity, that there be predictability rather than any knee-jerk change. And that seems to be one of the guiding mottos for the finance minister. I want to go across to Subhash Chandra Garg, former Finance Secretary. And remember, on this India Today and Business Today coverage of the Union Budget, we'll have reactions from top experts, really sharp insights. We'll also have some of the key ministers joining us, key bureaucrats joining us as well. Subhash Garg, your sense on the message the Finance Minister has chosen to send in this budget, which laid very clearly a lot of emphasis on infrastructure.
Is it for me, Rahul?
Yes, sir.
Yes, so I think the budget, as you also noted, is devoid of any big bang announcements, it's devoid of any new schemes, it's devoid of any reform and policy movement forward. It's more like a routine kind of budget. Couple of things got sort of by their very nature noted very well. One is the capex increase from 5.5 lakh crores to about 7.5 lakh crores. But I think we will need to see a little more in details. But the facts available so far suggest that there is no real increase in the central government capital expenditure. The two items which explain the increase is, one, they've said that they will give 1 lakh crores to the state government as loans for capital expenditure. So then in our accounts count as capital expenditure. And the second one announcement was that the government of India would issue green bonds, and the proceeds of which will be given to the central public sectors. For example, the hydro companies or IREDA or maybe NTPC. So that would be substituting the borrowings of the public sector by the government borrowing. So if these two items add up to about 2 lakh crores or more, then there is no effective increase on the capital expenditures.
Okay, Udayan Mukherjee is with us. Let's get his first take. The Finance Minister focusing on the PM Gati Shakti, inclusive development, productivity enhancement, energy transition, climate action and financing of investments. That's what she said were the key thrust areas of this budget. Udayan, your broad sense of what people should be making of all of what we've heard from the Finance Minister in the last 90 minutes?
Rahul, I think it's a growth-oriented budget. Will look at the fine print. The devil is always in the detail. But I think the key numbers which I said I would watch before the budget are A, the fiscal deficit, and B, the government capex program number. And the government capex number has come in at a growth of 35.5% for the current year, which was last year pegged at 26%. So we are going up from 5.54 lakh crores to 7.5 lakh crores. That's a 2 lakh crore increase. So I think that's the thrust of the budget, that the government capex will go up 35% this year. And in addition to that, there is assistance to the states which has gone up from 10,000 crores to 1 lakh crores for capex projects. So you put the two together and you might have created a 3 lakh crore plus kind of an additional boost for capex in this budget. And that is the real multiplier that we are talking about, which the stock market is celebrating. On the other hand, on fiscal prudence, 6.9% GDP for fiscal deficit GDP for on this year is a little higher than what was expected at 6.8%, but next year it's pegged at 6.4% along expected lines. So basically the message which has been sent out is growth has been prioritized, but not necessarily at the expense of a major detrimental fiscal deficit picture. So some fiscal moderation, but more growth prioritization, and that I think is the general message which comes out from the budget. There are many other small things to talk about, of course, like the tax on cryptocurrencies, digital assets at 30%. So that's a new one and it will be received with interest in many circles. But I think to cut a long story short, basically this
Udayan,
has turned
explain
out to be a
what that essentially
budget.
means.
One hopes
this idea, Udayan, that there will be a digital currency that the government hopes to come out with in this year. The RBI has been working on this idea. How does this impact people's lives? What does this essentially mean?
No, the two are different. What I meant earlier is that there was no taxation on digital assets till now. So, and there was lots of speculation on how, if you make profit on, say, Bitcoin, how would you be taxed? And now it's been made clear that there will be a 30% tax. Losses cannot be set off. Losses made on any kind of digital asset transfer cannot be set off. So there's a flat 30% tax on any kind of profits made on cryptocurrencies. So that's the one which needed clarity, and there is some clarity now on taxation on capital gains on made from cryptocurrency trading or investments. What you're talking about now is a digital rupee for which the Reserve Bank of India has been authorized to come out with digital currency in the current year, and that would be a very, very interesting development to watch, because it becomes a digital medium or token of exchange and endorsed and fabricated by the Reserve Bank of India. So the two are a little different, they're connected, but I was talking more about the taxation aspect, which is now being clarified in this budget.
But Udayan, you said in a way the narrative in the morning where you said you would judge this budget by what it did for those at the bottom of the pyramid. Now there are some announcements in terms of health and education. There are some proposals for infrastructure, but the sense one gets no relief really for the for middle classes. Middle classes looking as always for some relief after 2 tough years. No clarity on how those jobs are going to be created that will reduce unemployment or put money in the hands of people in terms of incomes. From that perspective, is this a lackluster budget, or do you believe that this is a budget where the real strength of it lies in its details and its unwillingness to create any disruption in the economic trajectory?
Rajdeep, I would say that the government has clearly demonstrated and said through this budget that it prefers investment, infrastructure investment, as the route for any kind of economic recovery, rather than stimulating consumption directly by putting money in the hands of people. So create jobs and don't put extra money in the bank balances of people so that they can spend. And this is the difference in approach. The government can do one of two things. It can either go down the investment or infrastructure investment path, or it can go down the path that you're alluding to, which is basically stimulating through a consumption boost. And this budget is all about an infrastructure investment boost and no consumption boost, because there's no, in the direct tax segment barely took about 10 minutes because there was nothing to announce. I mean, you did a little bit on cryptocurrency, you did a 15% new manufacturing units tax, which has got extended by 1 year, which is very good. So basically what the government is saying, the heavy lifting will be done by infrastructure investment, which will create jobs in manufacturing of creation of roads, highways, railways, etc. And that will create the kind of demand which will feed back into the economy and drive the economy. So this is not a consumption budget at all, but one hopes that when jobs are created because of the infrastructure push, that will have that consumption multiplier, which will follow through to the point that you were making.
Okay, we've seen the Congress put out its first reaction, and I want to go across to Shankar Iyer on what Surjewala is saying about the taxation on crypto assets, that at this moment, we don't have the cryptocurrency bill. You're taxing cryptocurrencies. You don't know who the regulator is. You don't know how investors will be protected. But what we do know is that the government is considering that this is actually an asset, that it's somehow legal and will therefore be taxed. Shankar?
Is that for me, Rahul?
Yes, yes.
Some people need to update. The app on the Congress site needs to be updated. I mean, a lot of people have this confusion between what is a cryptocurrency and what is digital assets. So what is being taxed is, Bitcoin, Dogecoin, all the NFTs, which is basically all the paintings and so acquisition and transactions were not covered by any tax proposal, and that has been. It is a very interesting move. What the finance minister has done is she has ring-fenced all such transactions, isolated them, not given them any room to sort of breathe or be set off. And I suspect and Subhash Garg might have some anecdote about this, is that these transactions will also lead to a lot of red flagging in the system. That said, I think the budget itself is continuity, and with the promise of PM Gati Shakti, which is basically speed. I said yesterday that the government must eschew the desired, the temptation to do something and wreck the sentiments. I'm glad that it hasn't done that. There are a lot of touch points in this. This is like a network budget, process budget. I mean, you could say that your car went into the service station and has come serviced, but if you were expecting your car to turn into a Ferrari, sadly you will be disappointed.
Shamika Ravi, you want to also give us your first reactions? We'll be joined in a moment by Shamika Ravi, but you've got two very clear views emerging. The opposition's adjective is lackluster budget. The government's is growth oriented. And the truth often lies somewhere in between political views that are expressed by two sides. The markets, though, seem to be cheering the budget at the moment, Udayan. Where does that come from?
It's the growth orientation which I spoke about, Rajdeep, and the lack of any clear negatives. As I said in the morning, that the corporate sector is in pretty good shape. Earnings are going up, and that's what drives the stock market. So if the government had done anything which came in the way of fleshing out of the corporate earnings cycle or the expected capex cycle, that would have been construed as a negative. So, if the finance minister stood up today in the parliament and said, I have no budget to present, the stock market would have gone up, because the stock market basically was hoping that there are no negatives. It did not require too many positives because it was doing well in any case. Now, that's not the boat in which the MSMEs and the lower end of the pyramid was standing in. So the question has to be to them, are you happy with the budget? The stock market naturally is happy because no new negative like a long-term capital gains tax increase or any kind of corporate tax, etc. has not come in. On the margin, it is being helped by the infrastructure push of the government and the promise to expand capex by 35% in the current year. So that on the margin is positive for the corporate sector, and there are no clear negatives, and therefore the stock market is celebrating. And also on the fiscal front, there is a commitment to reduce it from 6.9 to 6.4%, which the stock market will like, because it probably keeps bond deals in a moderate kind of space, and that is what they like to see as well. Now the question is whether MSMEs got enough, because there is an ECLGS scheme extension or expansion by 50,000 crores, taking it to 5 lakh crores. Now, is that enough, or could a lot more have been done on the SME front? And that, I think, is a very important question. On that, maybe I think the government might have come up a bit short.
Shankar Iyer, the budget speaks about special mobility zones, battery swapping for electric vehicles. To what extent do you think this might help speed up the transition and adoption of electric mobility in India?
So there are two kinds of infrastructure that is being created under the Modi government over the last 6-7 years. One is the physical infrastructure and the other is the digital infrastructure. So budget after budget, they try to punctuate or populate these pieces into play. So you have something like FASTag, which is now being used to collect toll. The same could be used now for swapping batteries, for charging stations, for parking, all kinds of activity or mobility. So they are creating opportunities. There will be some startups which will come and pick it up. I think the two big social infrastructure plays in this is the 200 channel thing for education, and the one big which will probably not get reported or not commented upon is the national unique identity for land transfers and land registration. It's like the Aadhaar for land trust. I hope the state governments implement it. A lot of the capex story in infrastructure, the devil is in the detail. One has to look at the documents and then figure it out. The budgets under this regime have often flattered to deceive. So we will have to see the numbers and then come. Second point is that most infrastructure, again, will have to be implemented by the states.
Udayan?
No, Rahul, I wanted to ask you and Rajdeep because I may have missed the divestment target for the current year. Do you guys have that number readily? Because I heard us say that the LIC IPO is happening soon, but I didn't get a divestment number like it was 1.75 lakh crores last year. Did you know?
Let's ask Dr. Garg that. Did you pick up a number? We're waiting still for the budget intelligence dashboard to be updated with all of what is in the budget papers. But Dr. Garg, did you pick anything up on what the target would be?
I don't think they announced the disinvestment numbers at all. They didn't speak about the disinvestment. On the issue of the cryptocurrency, I think it's good that the finance minister has brought clarity that these crypto assets, the transfer long-term or short-term gains would be taxed at 30%, and there would also be tax collection at source of 1%. But this, and there was a lot of unclarity about it. These assets transfers were being taxed, but at different rates and kind of thing. Now, but what appears to me is that this is one of the harshest regime, so to say, on any financial assets transfer. Equity transfers are treated at 10 to 15%, and the bonds. So you have on long-term bonds are not sort of taxed at the high rate at all. So 30% tax and no set-off for their losses to others, I think is going to get, as I said, the party may be getting over for the crypto assets transfer. So that's difficult situation. And I must also clarify, I think on capital expenditure, as I initially said, the 2 lakh crores is probably accounted for by the transfer to the assets of loans of about 1 lakh crores and the public sector substitution of their borrowings by green bonds. So if that happens, then there is no net increase in the capex expenditure. I think we'll need to see this in more details.
Saurav Majumdar, Dr. Garg makes the point that maybe Nirmala Sitharaman's been very harsh on crypto assets in comparison with how other asset classes are taxed. Given the fact that this was a regulatory black hole so far, what do you think of the impact this may have on crypto assets and their adoption in India? Saurav?
Well, I think, Rahul, that the aim was always very clear. Yes, I can hear you.
Go on.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Rahul?
I hear you well. Go on, please.
Yeah. I was saying, Rahul, that, I think the path on this front was very clear when the Reserve Bank governor comes out and says that cryptocurrencies are a threat to financial stability. The Prime Minister gets into the act and, also, keeps a close watch on it. I think the thrust from the government side is very clearly for an RBI-related, digital rupee, which is the announcement also which has come. And therefore, cryptocurrencies per se are clearly being frowned upon. Now, unfortunately for the crypto players, this may not be great news at this point, but we will have to see the fine print on what and how it plays out. But I do think that the focus was very clear, and I think it is very clear that the government wants to push the Reserve Bank currency, cryptocurrency, or based on blockchain rather than the private currencies, which was always the case.
Shamika Ravi joins us.
So the taxation regime, therefore, will have to be is aimed at being harsh.
Let's look at to all of you, the best thing that you've seen in the budget and the worst thing. Shamika Ravi, what is it that stood out for you, and what is it that perhaps didn't happen?
Well, I was happy to hear the overall increase in the capex, Rajdeep. I think that really signals, in fact, whoever coined the term booster budget, I think did a very appropriate, and I think the FM responded in the same spirit, because it really is a continuation of what we saw last year, or the clear strategy that I've been speaking about. The strategy is clear. It is going to be infrastructure spending strategy out of this slowdown. And the belief is that it will be this capex and this nature of spending on big infrastructure that will create jobs, etc. I'll tell you, sometimes, and I often see this when people discuss budgets, we want many things from this one speech. So, for instance, on the schooling, the fact that supplementary teaching material is going to be made available to children, etc. I'll tell you, the frustration right now in the system is children have been at home for now 2 years. the supplementary material available over television is really not the substitute. But then I think this is where we know that there are limitations to what the FM can do and what is the role for Ministry of Education and for state governments, frankly. So, frankly, schools have to reopen. TV materials being available academically is not the solution. I really like the emphasis on marginal things, which are typically marginal, like mental health. I'm glad we are talking about building core network capacity, which addresses counseling, issues of mental health largely in the country. Finally, we are talking about specific sectors. We've had broad MSME strategies, from a fiscal perspective, but we're talking about specific sectors like hospitality, which are yet to really emerge out of the slowdown. Then the whole emphasis on ease of doing business 2.0, because while a lot of compliances and conflicting laws, etc., have been done away with, there still remains a large work to be done. And I think, again, putting the focus back on that is good. I like the idea that urbanization is finally getting the due attention that it deserves. We have been so focused on rural India that I think urban planning, urban governance, etc., have really just happened organically. And we have not given it the kind of thought. And I think this year, that focus has been put on.
The not so good news?
One small thing.
The not so good news?
Aspirational districts. Districts are very large in India, right? So I'm glad that finally we're putting focus where it ought to be. It is aspirational blocks program. Now, Madhya Pradesh and a couple of other states have had this for some time. But really, we have to get into that mode of precision policy making now. And I'm really glad on that count that the FM addressed a lot of these issues.
The not so good news?
The schooling, but then, as I said, I don't know if it is her mandate. What can Finance Minister do about schooling? Of course, we would have liked to see a more comprehensive strategy on education. I think, almost everyone who speaks about the budget and the economy and real economy at large does talk about quality of jobs. So she did address on many counts the issue of skilling. But education, remember, is the core of that. In many cases, skilling is trying to redo or undo some of the damages or gaps that education system leaves. But so the kind of focus we really need as far as government schooling is concerned, or even higher ed. Last year, for instance, we saw some of those announcements. This year, we haven't seen that much in terms of spending. But yeah, I think that is one. The second, also, I think I'd like to focus a little bit on health. Now, last year we made a promise that every district hospital in the country will now have an infectious disease ward. And that is a great, it's not only infrastructure creation and capacity creation for public health at district levels, but we don't know eventually what happened with that program. And that is why I was also talking yesterday that sometimes in these budget speeches and announcements and economic survey, we have to make an effort to also talk about what has been done as far as some of the core announcements which were done last year, for instance. So what has been the effectiveness? What has been the impact? So I don't know. I mean, those are some gaps. We announce these things, but it would be nice to know what has been the progress beyond the announcement as far as health and education are concerned.
That's precisely it. You've spoken about 200 television channels for e-Vidya. I'm not sure whether that's going to be enough to overcome the wide digital divide and really the crisis that education has faced in pandemic times, and ditto with health. We need to know what are the actual outcomes when it comes to education and health. Social sector is where there has been questions over the government, just as there has been praise for the government on physical infrastructure. But Udayan, you wanted to ask a question to Mr. Jain, who is joining us.
No, Rajdeep, I also want to point out, while we are talking about the social sector, one very key number in the budget always is the gross market borrowing for this government for the next year. And that has been pegged at 14.95 lakh crores, if I'm not mistaken. Now, that is way above what the market's expectation of 13 lakh crores was. And at this point, it would be useful to see what the bond is doing, the benchmark bond, because I think bond yields would have gone up on the basis of this development. The fact that the gross government borrowing actually calendar is much ahead of what the street was penciling in. And this is a key threat to this year's economic progress in 2022. If bond yields continue to rise, because inflation is already quite elevated, and you have a gross market borrowing from the government, which is also higher than expectations, then you can create an interest rate system which is quite elevated, and that might be growth impeding. So on one hand, you're trying to stimulate growth on capex, but on the other hand, if your actions and borrowing lead to some kind of hardening of bond deals in the system, that might come in the way. I think one needs to be a bit wary about that. And if you say Nirmal Jain has joined in, maybe that could be my first question to him. Nirmal, if you can hear me, have you taken a look at the gross market borrowing from the government, and is it higher than expectations? Is it leading to any kind of hardening in the bond deal today?
No, it's definitely higher than the expectation, but there was always a trade-off. And because this year, I mean, of course, on the lower base of last year, we got 9.2% GDP growth. So either you maintain the momentum, and which also has positive impact on jobs and a cascading impact on other sectors. So I would go with this, that at any point in time, any finance minister will always have a trade-off, either, to give support to growth or worry about inflation. But given the fact that bond yields have been still in a comfortable range, so if you go back to say earlier crisis of 2008 or even earlier in the taper tantrum of 2011, bond yields were hovering at a much higher level, around 8%. So by that yardstick, I think the finance minister would have been in a zone where probably she could have taken some chance with the bond yield. And I have a feeling that if this year they did a lot of groundwork on disinvestment, but they could not achieve the target. And a lot of this disinvestment will get pushed to the next year, which will give leeway to the government to make sure that the bond purchases or borrowings or inflation, they don't go out of control. From that perspective, I think there's always, and what market was expecting, most of the economists probably would have supported this as well, that we are coming out of pandemic. And the last thing that you want to do is that slow down the growth momentum, given that exports are going for it. Exports are growing at a very reasonable pace. The tax buoyancy is very good. In fact, the capex increase of almost 35% is way above anybody's expectation. So the government's intention is very clear, that they want to pump prime the economy with a lot of support to capex and make sure that there's a cascading impact on the jobs and income levels.
Okay. Ashok Wadhwa of Ambit has also joined in, and he is a veteran of many budgets. Ashok, I want to bring you in on this 30% crypto tax first. There are two ways to look at it. One, of course, is to say, it is much higher than long-term and short-term capital gains tax on equities or even bonds. But the other way to look at it is that most people don't look at cryptos as a long-term asset or even a short-term asset. They trade in it. And trading income is probably at par with what you pay if you're trading derivatives on in equities as well. So is 30% fair in that light, or would you say it's a harsh taxation, even penal?
There are two things here. First, there is an acknowledgement now, even before we actually have the cryptocurrency law, through the budget, the government has, in a sense, acknowledged that there is some element of legitimacy to the whole crypto debate that's been going on. So that's point number one. Government is treating trading in crypto as a speculative game. And as you know, government historically has always distinguished, even if you take AIFs, if you take AIF 3 versus AIF 2, AIF 3 is taxed at the maximum marginal rate, particularly where there are long shorts. So the government treats anything which is speculative in nature as a bit undesirable. And in an effort to therefore discourage that undesirable trading, government always levies a higher tax. So I think there is easy and quick justification for why trading in cryptos is being, not trading in virtual assets is being treated at a higher than normal tax rate. The other thing, of course, is that they have also levied a TDS on it, therefore ensuring that people who were kind of getting in and getting out because of ease and not having to really make any reporting, now are conscious of the fact that any trading in virtual assets is going to lead to a tax inquiry and that there is a tax obligation. So there are two parts to it. And I think, as I said, given government's historical view that we want to discourage speculation, it's a fair rate of tax, I would argue.
You know, the other thing, Ashok, which has been creating a lot of problems or actually has raised concerns in the last couple of budgets is the fact that import duties had been taken up, presumably to support Atmanirbhar Bharat and import substitution, etc. This time too, there is a mention of on capital goods a 7.5% import duty, and eventually even on capital projects, capital good projects at 7.5%. Do you have clarity on that, and could that be something which industry may not like?
I haven't seen the fine print to the end, but I did see two things. There was a increase in certain aspects, so project finance and some specific infra-related projects have seen a movement upwards on import duty. But I also saw that there was a reduction in certain instances. For example, steel was one instance where I thought I heard the finance minister say that she's reducing. I think that's taking into account and recognizing the fact that there is a challenge to the supply chain, and that expensive inputs are going to become more and more difficult. Can you hear me?
Right. Rahul?
Hello?
Yeah, we hear you well. The other interesting thing is that she's tried to ensure that there is no sudden disruption, there is no unexpected policy change, which is what several people wrote about as well, that she just needs to keep it steady, she needs to keep it on par. And does that then in some senses, Shamika Ravi, take away from a part of the buzz, the hype that budgets have been associated with? Because one of the things that not just Nirmala Sitharaman but has been the general direction of Modi government budgets is to take the hype away from the entire budget making process, to make it as factual, as predictable as possible.
Frankly, I think that is the aim, Rahul. It is the more minutiae you go into, the more over obsessive the government is about small details. That much more complications are very costly, and it leads to greater volatility and uncertainty in the market. So I think the whole effort over the last 7-8 years have been to gradually ease up and make things much more broad brushed and simpler. And again, on that count, I'm glad we continue to move towards that direction, even in this budget.
In a sense, that's a departure from where we started. If you remember, the original Arun Jaitley budget was criticized for precisely tinkering too much. And I think over the years, the government has realized that rather than tinker, you might as well focus on your key areas and give a broad direction through the budget. We'll do so much else outside it. Mr. Garg, you were part at that time, and there was a lot of debate over the budgets, the early budgets of the Modi government. You think the Modi government over the years has gone, as Rahul said, to realize that let's just give a broad direction from the union budget, and we'll do most of the difficult work outside the budget?
I'm not getting sound now.
You can't hear me, Mr. Garg? Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you now.
Mr. Garg, do you believe that there's been a shift in focus of the Modi government? The first couple of years, there was a lot of tinkering around and criticism of the Modi budgets as a result. Now they've decided, let's not use the budget for deciding on every policy instrument, just provide a broad framework and then do most of the tough decisions outside the budget.
So that is true. In earlier years, the government targeted specific sectors and went with numerous announcements, very intense announcements. For example, if you look at first 3 or 4 budgets, there was so much of agriculture, there was so much of agriculture schemes around. But now in this budget, there is nothing for the agriculture. Likewise, so much for the MSMEs, industry, infrastructure, but everything seems to be approach is necessarily a good approach, because you have to communicate. When you spend about 35 to 40 lakh crores of the GDP of the country, that income, and you have to address the numerous issues from infrastructure investment to industry to people to bottom of the pyramid and all, I think you need to communicate. The kind of budget speech today was virtually a complete reversal of what it was earlier.
I want to go across to Ayush Ailabadi, Business Today's tech editor, because lots of questions are coming to us thick and fast on what this digital currency, the digital rupee that the government has spoken about in this union budget will actually mean. So you have payment wallets of the likes of Paytm and the others that already exist, Ayush, and now the RBI is working on a digital currency. What does this really mean for people who are watching? How will this work?
So Rahul, in terms of the nuances of the CBDC, this is something we've been seeking clarity on for a long time. Even now, in terms of the announcements from this particular budget speech, all we've gathered is that the RBI will be introducing one such thing. What we can gather from examples around the world is that this will be an equivalent, so to speak. So when we are using the blockchain, these transactions will make it a lot more efficient and transparent. It'll be a lot more accountable, and there'll be more transparency in terms of cash management systems. But in terms of the other announcement, which is very different, so to speak, in terms of what's happening in the crypto world, and a lot of players have been responding on Twitter and the like, and there's been memes galore. In terms of what this means for India's crypto investors, there's a question that a lot of people seem to be asking, and that is that with this 30% tax on income from cryptocurrencies, will this really be counterproductive in terms of will this actually drive a lot of transactions underground, and does this eventually mean that tax evasion would rise? That's the question that a lot of people are asking when you zoom out and you consider that short announcement in the budget speech when it comes to crypto.
But how would tax evasion rise now that you're being taxed? If people have been spending their part of their salaries on different kinds of crypto assets, you will have to pay the tax. So unless you come up with some other way of being able to purchase without going through regular and formal channels, you will now have to pay a tax whenever it is that you get out of a cryptocurrency.
Rahul, a lot of people have been using over the years around the world, the way crypto works on the blockchain, it does become a little difficult to ascertain how these transactions are actually taking place. A lot of them use peer payment systems. There are apps in the US that people were using all along who were largely immune to this in terms of how they were withdrawing that income and using it in different markets around the world. Binance was one example where people were using things in the US, very different from our Indian players and the way we were actually using wallets, normal wallets like MobiQuick and stuff like that to actually use exchanges in India as opposed to ones abroad. The question is in terms of OTC markets, right? Really go into underground OTC markets, and will this mean that a lot of those international systems will be used? And also in terms of how you can use cryptocurrency globally. If you can't use it in India, there are places around the world where you can make crypto payments and do things. So a lot of that, the concern is that if it does shift to those underground OTC markets, then what does that mean in terms of the smaller players, the average young Indian who's invested in the crypto markets out here using an exchange, the likes of CoinSwitch or Zerex or the others? What does it mean for them in terms of taxation? And yes, it is a very exorbitant, flat 30% rate that would spook the markets, so to speak.
There's someone from the MSME sector, since we spoke about that, Udayan, at the very outset, saying from the point of view of micro enterprises, self-employed workers who are impacted due to COVID, this is a disappointing budget. The announcement and allocation of 6,000 crores over 5 years for RAMP program is most required, but the outlay is very meager, requires detailing on eligibility conditions. If the employers are not saved, how will employment opportunity be created, and just whom are we creating skilling? While skilling is required, the opportunity for employment is more important. Is that something, again, that needs to be perhaps done, if not in the budget, then outside the budget, to try and ensure that MSMEs get a sense of protection and a belief that they will be part of this growth process?
Most certainly, Rajdeep, and I think if you were asking what could be a disappointment in this budget, I think the fact that there has not been too much for the MSME sector is one of my bigger disappointments. There has been something though. The ECLGS credit line has been expanded by 50 or enhanced by 50,000 crores to 5 lakh crores. So that I think is a credit line which will be used, the emergency credit line. and that is of some help to the MSMEs. But overall, the outlays on these new schemes that you spoke about, like RAMP, they are very pitiful and they won't move the needle too much at all. I have two other points to make, which are along the lines of disappointment. One, of course, is now that we know that the divestment target for next year is just 65,000 crores, which also means that the LIC IPO is probably going to happen in the next couple of months, because the government is saying it will be included in the current fiscal. So it's very mysterious that you'll have an IPO of that size, 1 lakh crores plus, and that will happen in this fiscal, yet you're pegging your fiscal deficit at 6.9%. So I think that doesn't square very well with the very high, quite high fiscal deficit which has been painted for this year, FY22. Now, if you take out LIC, what the government is saying that next year, FY23, X of LIC, you will do divestments of only 65,000 crores. That's a very low number. I think the government may have been stung by its failures of the last couple of years to meet its divestment target and intentionally set the bar very low this time around at 65,000. Last year, you will remember, was 1.75 lakh crores. So this time the divestment target is quite low, which is probably going to be much lower than what the market was expecting. And finally, on the crypto point that Rahul, you were taking up with our colleague, let me just point out one thing. While it's one thing to say that crypto is being at 30% being taxed higher than equities or bonds, people don't buy, most people I know don't buy crypto for 1 year and 2 years and 3 years. People buy today and sell tomorrow. It's a highly speculative form of trading, crypto trading. And if you compare then that with what is going on in the futures and options market in stocks, today if you buy, say, Infosys futures and you sell it in the evening, you will be taxed at more than 30%. So the government is saying, if you're going to speculate in crypto, then you pay me the same speculative taxation which I have on equities as well, and don't compare it with long-term capital gains and short-term capital gains. So like to like, speculative taxes are probably in the ballpark regime or ballpark area of what the government charges across asset classes anyway.
Ashok Wadhwa, CEO at Ambit, your sense of whether the government's been harsh, because if you look at social media, especially right now, a lot of youngsters who actively trade a part of their incomes on crypto assets are a bit shell-shocked at what's happened. But this is, as Udyan points out, what you need to pay if you're investing in a speculative equity asset as well.
I totally agree with Udyan, honestly. Government has never encouraged speculative activity, but then that's part and parcel of every commercial and financial market. Crypto is no different. As Udyan rightly pointed out, cryptocurrency trades happen during the day. They're inter-trade at most 24 hours, 36 hours. And therefore, there's no reason why they should be. As a matter of fact, at 30%, they are being taxed at a lower than the normal short-term capital gains. I mean, if you were trading in an unlisted security and you incurred a short-term capital gain, you would be actually taxed, in my case or in your case or in many other cases, at the highest marginal rate of above 40%. So 30% in that sense is not harsh at all. The positive thing, as I said earlier, is that in one sense, it's a recognition that we live in a world where these trades, digital trades and digital assets will be transferred. And you know, in some ways, it's a preamble to the cryptocurrency law that the government probably wants to introduce. So yes, for those who never paid tax on this so far, well, bad news. But for those of us who have paid tax regularly, short-term capital gains tax on unlisted, this is par for the course. I would urge the government to reduce the tax on unlisted capital gains also down to 30%.
You know, interestingly, this was a budget not just in the shadow of the pandemic or coming out of the pandemic, but also in the shadow of the election. And to the credit of the government, they haven't succumbed to any kind of mindless populism. You know, you have 5 state elections. There is that tendency to have those large welfare schemes announced. Shankar Iyer, to that extent, is that seen as a positive? Because you've been arguing that the government doesn't do a good job with these mega elephantine welfare schemes. Is that a sense that that's how the Modi government is trying in some way to keep the economy in a way separate from its political moves, not succumb to political populism in an election year?
Ironically, Rajdeep, the economic necessity of the country and the political necessity of the government were quite aligned at the bottom of the pyramid, which is basically the electoral base. But they haven't done much, and I suspect that we should not pat ourselves or not sort of feel too gleeful about it, because that might come in some manifesto form or in some promise that is being made in those 5 states. And remember that the state governments are not bound by what the central government asks them to spend on. There are boundaries that they draw. But there has been no curb on the state government borrowings. They have been given extra money, and that some green bond thing will go. And we do know that 2.5% to 3% or roughly 5 lakh crores of cash is lying with the state governments. So there is reason to be pleased that this budget didn't go overboard and try out a new scheme. But there is also reason to be concerned because something might pop up at the state level. So my sense of this is that actually it's a welcome mode of conservatism. It sort of shows that the government understands that it is at high debt levels and servicing. I mean, if you're borrowing 15 lakh crores, that's a humongous sum to service. And you can't keep borrowing from the future generation at some level.
Udayan, you had a question. Go ahead.
No, Rajdeep, what I think would be most instructive now is to have Mr. Garg actually re-explain why he thinks that the 2 lakh crores of additional capex spend, because this budget is only good if we are talking about this 2 lakh crores of extra capex spend in this year. I mean, that's the crux of why everybody is feeling positive that there is going to be more infrastructure spending. But Mr. Garg seems to say that this is connected to the green bonds issue, and therefore we are not going to get 2 lakh crores of extra investment. I just want him to repeat that and then get Ashok and Nirmal to respond to that, because I'm sure both would be quite excited about this extra capex push. But Mr. Garg, why do you think that this is not going to be the case? We are not looking at an additional 2 lakh crores of capex from the government this year.
So, Udayan, there are 2 announcements about the loans to the state, which is part of the capex plan. One, this year's allocation has been raised from 10 to 15,000 crore. And second is that for the next year, the government of India will give to the states 1 lakh crore of loans for capital investment. Now that, and the states' overall borrowing remains same as for the current year. And therefore, the states will get their overall borrowing substituted from the market by the central government loans. So of the 2 lakh crores of the additional capex, 1 lakh crore gets accounted for by the loans given by the central government to the states, substituted by the states for the market borrowings. That's one. Second announce, which as I heard, I would see the numbers coming more clearly in the papers, was that she said that we will issue green bonds. The government of India will issue green bonds, and the green bonds would be given to the central public sector undertakings for their investments in the green assets, right? Now, the CPSUs like the NTPC or NHPC or IREDA, they currently borrow, they can also borrow the green bonds from the market. Now, if the logic can be clear that the government of India can probably borrow at slightly lower cost than these CPSUs. So if the idea is that you borrow on the government of India account, maybe 0.5% cheaper than the these corporates borrowing, and these corporates don't in turn borrow from the market. So if this amount is also about 1 lakh crore, we have to see the numbers, then that's what my sense is, that the 2 lakh crore of the increased capex actually is only substitution of 2 kinds of borrowings by the state and the CPSUs. It's not additional capex. I would need to see the numbers.
I certainly hope, and I don't mean this badly, Mr. Garg, that you are wrong about this, because, she made such a, it was like a table-thumping assertion of greater commitment towards capex. she said that I have prioritized growth and I want to increase capex by 35%, and therefore the layout goes up from 5.54 to 7.5 lakh crores. If all the way she had in mind that these are actually only substitutions of green bonds and state interest-free loans, would she have made such a strong assertion on this in the parliament? Nirmal, what do you think? Do you agree that this is not additional capex? It's just being positioned as such? No, I can't hear Nirmal. Did Nirmal get my question?
Hello, can you hear me?
No, maybe.
Hello. Hello, can you hear me?
You want to
yeah, Nirmal, go ahead.
Concern on capex?
Hello?
Yeah, go ahead.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah. So I'm saying that the government spending plan on capex and how do they want to fund it? At least I have not come across that they are linked and that they raise the green bond. So the capex budget is different and the funding plans have many things which can include green bonds and other things. So I personally do not think that there is any that the actual expenditure will not be 7.5 but 5.5 lakh crore. I think even this year government increased the capex spend and they are quite committed. And the fact that they are living with a higher fiscal deficit and higher borrowing obviously shows that there's extra money required despite tax buoyancy, and that is required for capex.
Let's take a break at this point because we have advertising commitments and we haven't taken one for a couple of hours. It was a relatively shorter speech, so that made life a little easier, but we still need to take that break. And let's listen into the political reactions that are coming in from Parliament, and then we'll come back with plenty more on Budget 2022. Back in a moment.
बहुत ही प्रभावी, ऐतिहासिक और आने वाले 2-3 वर्षों के लिए भारत की आर्थिक व्यवस्था को और मजबूत करने का बहुत ही सार्थक रोड मैप है। भारत की आंतरिक मजबूती कितनी आपने आज ही देखा कि जीएसटी कलेक्शन 1,40,000 करोड़ हो गया जनवरी में 22 में, तो ये तो स्पष्ट दिखाई पड़ता है। तो आज मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता हुई है कि क्या एग्रीकल्चर, क्या इन्वायरमेंट, क्या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, क्या 5G, क्या टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, क्या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, इन सबों पर बहुत ही प्रभावी ध्यान दिया गया है। ये नौकरी के बड़े अवसर बनाएंगे जो बॉन्ड की व्यवस्था की गई है। और मुझे
budget, it's an astonishingly disappointing budget. In fact, when you look at or listen to the speech, of which we don't yet have a written text, no mention of MNREGA, no mention of defense, no mention of any of the urgent priorities facing the public. We are facing terrible inflation and there is no tax relief for the middle class. This is this is a budget which seems to be pushing the mirage of Achhe Din even farther away. Now it's India at 100. I mean, 25 साल और इंतजार करना पड़ेगा अच्छे दिन आने के लिए।
Information is not knowledge. The only source of knowledge is experience. As the day of reckoning draws closer, Siddharth Zarabi, Rajdeep Sardesai, Rahul Kanwal and Udyan Mukherjee, with 30+ years of budget reporting experience, India's leading English news channel and India's #1 business magazine, two mega brands get together to bring you the most comprehensive coverage of the coming Budget 2022. India Today Roundtable Goa. Listen to leaders like Pramod Sawant, Arvind Kejriwal, Mahua Moitra, P. Chidambaram, Devendra Fadnavis, Sanjay Raut, Sudhin Dhavalikar, Vijay Sardesai, Utpal Parikar, Amit Palekar, Randeep Singh Surjewala, and many others only at India Today Roundtable Goa, 3rd February 2022.
You are watching India Today.
You're watching our live and continuing coverage of what's being called now, quite universally, the booster budget. And what we're picking up from the budget papers that have just come out is the fact that there actually is a 2 lakh crore rupee increase in the government's capex spending. That's what the data currently seems to be suggesting, that the outlay for capital expenditure has been increased by 35.4% to 7.5 lakh crore rupees in FY23 from 5.54 lakh crore rupees in FY22, which is 2.9% of the GDP. Now, we will get more details on where specifically this public expenditure will happen, but what impact could this have, Udayan, on private investment and the fact that the government is spending so much more money on public expenditure in an attempt to really kickstart the economy and get it into one higher gear?
No, Rahul, I always thought that I was not in complete agreement with what was pointed out, that this was some kind of portrayal of higher capex when actually higher capex was not happening, because it was not squaring with some of the other issues which the government was talking about, which is that national highway construction will go up from 12,000 to 25,000 kilometers. The Ken-Betwa river linking project, which is 45,000 crores. So some major projects have been spoken about, and I think some of the capex outlay will go towards roads, towards water projects, towards higher allocation towards railways, and I think this will end up creating some kind of a multiplier effect. My problem is not with investments or the infrastructure part of the budget, which I think is probably the best part of the budget, that the capex boost has happened. The weaker aspects are to do with what we were talking about, is to provide relief to the weaker segments of the population. You know, as I was saying earlier, that you have capex and you have revex. Capex is growth oriented, which we have got. Revex is relief oriented. In that, I haven't seen an NREGA growth number in the budget yet. Maybe there is, but she did not read it out. So I don't know whether NREGA allocations have gone up very significantly. And as I said earlier, not significant amounts of work has been done on the MSME front. Now, these were the areas which could have dealt with some kind of, or done with some kind of income support, because that has been a big problem. So I don't think we have got the adequate level of income support in this budget. On middle class tax cuts and all, frankly, I think that really was not required this time around. As was pointed out, the middle class has done relatively better through the pandemic compared to the lower part of the pyramid. And I think if they have not got some small tweaks on income taxes, heavens will not fall. But the problem is on those welfare schemes like NREGA, on MSME, and I doubt whether enough has been done on that front.
Dr. Shamika Ravi, on the urban poor, there's talk about setting up a high-level committee, but no immediate allocation. Do you think, given the current circumstances of the economic distress caused on account of this pandemic, that is enough, or that's just like saying something without actually biting the bullet?
Well, frankly, in fact, a point that was raised a little while earlier was that there's nothing for farmers or agriculture in this budget. But I think you have to be a little more perspective. You think about this, that the areas where we saw the maximum agitation against the farm laws, like Punjab, Haryana, Western UP, these are regions in the country which have the smallest proportion of their population that is dependent on agriculture. So I think what you saw during that, in the guise of what was an agitation, is clearly something deeper. And I mean, there might be other issues, but I think jobs is one of them. And that is why I think this emphasis on large infrastructure investment, and of course she outlined a series of programs, whether it was the river linkage, so on and so forth. I mean, I think these are all that they do have a multiplier effect. It is very well documented globally as well as for Indian data that CapEx of a certain nature does have a multiplier effect. So I think that is what they are betting on, that the jobs will come through that. The second point, and I think that we're not emphasizing enough, is, India does aspire to attract a lot of, financing for climate change. In the sense, we want to be able to attract global investments that go towards this transition towards cleaner energy. However, we don't have the necessary instruments. We have very few. In fact, that market requires a lot of product design and a lot of innovation. And from that perspective, this was perhaps the first time in a budget where I heard the mention of climate finance, etc. So I think those are smaller things that are getting missed in the announcement.
Just on Manrega, because this was raised by, I think, Udayan, the budgeted estimate this year is lower than the revised estimate of last year. So it's 73,000 crores versus 98,000 crores. And we've seen in the last few months, there has been a serious strain on or serious demand for greater rural jobs, because clearly the pandemic has hurt a lot of people, has led to migration back from the cities to rural India. So we'll have to see how that squares up. Interestingly, all of this in the shadow of an election, where again, to some extent, Shankar is right. Economic priorities, you would have thought, would be aligned with the political priorities, because these are precisely the issues that the opposition is going to latch on to. You're already seeing that the opposition says there's very little for those who've been hurt the most by the pandemic. And I think the government will have to respond to that. What that response of the government will be to that criticism will be interesting to see. How are you actually cushioning the impact of the pandemic on those who've been hurt? They'll say, of course, we've already given through the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Yojana, we are giving monies directly in the hands of people. We're giving free rations in different parts of the country. Is that enough? Is the question that will be asked.
Plus the 35% increase in the government's expenditure on capital expenditure will obviously create a multiplier effect and will hopefully lead to job creation.
But that's not going to happen overnight. That's going to happen over a period of time.
Saurav Majumdar, has been the government's inability to spend. In years gone by, and particularly in the last year, first on account of the lockdowns and then on account of Omicron, the announcements which were made were not followed by actual expenditure, and therefore, if the 35% increase in capex actually happens, that's significant, will have a multiplier effect, which is why this is being called the booster budget. But then the government also needs to walk the talk and spend the money that they're promising to spend for that multiplier to kick in.
Absolutely, Rahul. I think that's something we've been discussing, the government's inability to spend, which is why the large, cash balances with the RBI. So therefore, we have announced, she's announced a very substantial increase in spending for the next year. But as again, much like disinvestment and privatization, the proof of the pudding will be in the execution. And that's one thing. But I must say this of this budget, I think this is in line with the government's overall stance of not directly, sending the money in the hands of people in that sense, but creating an ecosystem for the future. And she has mentioned this multiple times that this is, in India, this budget is for India at 100, not just India at 75 and beyond. So I think this is also setting the stage. And remember one more thing, when we talk about this whole strategy of barbell with agile, this whole strategy also means that, whenever required, they will respond to high frequency indicators which are showing up problem areas and then do the needful. So let's not focus too much on this particular budget as having not done this or that, and let's hope that the expenditure actually happens in productive areas, and if there are course corrections required, the government will come forward with the RBI and also step in. So that's the hope, I think, which this budget provides.
Just responding to the point that Rajdeep was raising, Rahul, the government is clearly probably demonstrating with its actions, not in as many words, that they believe that handouts don't win elections. In the longer term, you have to convince people that there are enough jobs and employment opportunities being created for the youth. You cannot have a situation where 1 in 3 people who are in the job market can actually avail of a job and 2 in 3 cannot. That is the biggest deterrent today against any belief in any political party or the government from a section of the population. So I think the emphasis is on trying to create some kind of employment generation machines. It's not that only capex has gone up. Look at what else they're doing. They said that the 15% concessional rate of tax, where the sunset was March 23, is now being extended to March 24. Now, if this new manufacturing capacities come up, they will employ more people. So you can see the kind of thought process which has gone behind this budget. Sure, it has given short shrift to people whose incomes have been affected, and that's not a good thing. Maybe more should have been done. But the handiwork is quite clear. The blueprint is quite clear that they're clearly prioritizing infrastructure, investments, and jobs over any kind of handouts or income support. That's the chosen mode of the government. In that, I think there's one thing which I should point out, that the government's methods of raising capital for next year seem quite tepid, because they have a very weak divestment target of 65,000 crores. They have not mentioned the word asset monetization program at all in this budget, where the hope was that they would lay out a blueprint or a roadmap for raising 1 to 1.5 lakh crores through asset monetization. That did not find any mention in the budget. So where is the extra capital going to come for to keep the deficit at 6.4% and to keep spending for the kind of growth that we are talking about? That, I think, is probably one of the weaker aspects of this budget.
Let me give you the political analysis to that. I think the difference between the Modi government, Udayan, and the previous governments was that Mr. Modi is much more confident of his political power. Because it's a majority government, he genuinely seems to believe that he's here for the long term. So I don't need to fix the economy for the next 6 weeks because there's an election in Uttar Pradesh. I don't need to give a handout. But remember, in 2019, ahead of the general elections, that's when the government had gone ahead, the Pradhan Mantri Krishi Samman Yojana, giving 2,000 rupees a quarter. That had been done then. That was the one occasion when it appeared that the government recognized the need that you needed to put some money in people's pockets. But by and large, the Modi approach has been, we will not give doles and handouts to win elections. We are here for the long term. The question is, in the long term, are we all dead? And because of the pandemic, the short term effect that it's had on people's lives, how are you going to cushion that? How do you provide immediate relief? I think that's the concern that critics of the government will have.
Yeah. Let me respond to that, Rajdeep, for a minute, and you can toss it to Shamika and Mr. Garg as well. The government is, from this budget, it appears to me, it's the government's way of saying, that we did what we could over the last couple of years when the pandemic was raging, in terms of liquidity support, in terms of the stimulus package, whatever the fisc could allow. And now that we believe that the pandemic is slowly exiting, we need to now move away from revenue expenditure to capital expenditure, because the phase for relief, focusing on relief and revenue expenditure, all the schemes and the handouts and the income support schemes and the liquidity schemes, now we need to transition away from that and get to capital expenditure, because that is what drives multipliers and that is what drives growth. Sure. And I think this is the budget, where it's a budget of transition from RevX to CapEx, if you will, and that's clearly the government's intent.
But people are still hurting. Mr. Garg, you want to respond to that? 84%, that figure strikes out. 84% of households have lost income in the last 2 years. Given that, can we move as easily as Udayan is saying from a RevX to a CapEx budget?
So the government's approach to reach to this 84% has been, barring the PM Krishi Samman Yojana, is to reach through providing the life improving kind of facilities, whether it is toilets or houses or electricity connection and things like that, and more recently the water. So that has been continued in this budget. So there has been increased allocation for water program and all. So that is, but the government has eschewed the direct cash transfers, has not gone for handouts in that sense. So that is in a way conveying the continuity of the approach. But RevX to CapEx would require that the revenue estimates are correctly placed. I see from the food subsidy and the fertilizer subsidy and the Narega program allocations for the next year, I see there is an underestimation in my judgment.
That's right. Fertilizer subsidy 1.05 lakh crore versus 1.40 lakh crore. This is, of course, budgeted estimate versus revised estimate. Food subsidy 2.06 lakh crore versus 2.86 lakh crore. Petroleum subsidy 5,813 crores versus 6,517 crores. But
what you are reading is the revised estimates for the current year.
That's right. Versus the budgeted estimates of last year.
Budget estimates for the next year. The food subsidy is, I think, somewhere close to 2,05,000 crore, which is less than even this year's budget estimate subsidy. Yes. There is no way the government can reduce the subsidies to that level for the next year. Likewise, fertilizer subsidies have been reduced. NREGS is back to 73,000 crores kind of thing. So in my assessment, and this remains preliminary, that the revenue expenditure for the next year has been perhaps estimated far more conservatively than what it is. There is definitely an increase, and I see this number now on the capex side. That state government 1 lakh crore loan is loan. So that 7.5 becomes 6.5. And of the 6.5, there is an increase in the allocation for railways. There is an increase in the allocation for highways. Now that highways allocation has been substantially enhanced. Does it indicate that the highways program would be speeded up or enhanced, or it will substitute the NHAI's own borrowing from the market, which it is finding difficult to do, and the government provides more of the support to them? That we will have to see. But there is, of the 1 lakh crore which I was earlier saying about the green bonds probably substituting, at least part of that is increased capex. For the current year, what you see from the budget to the revised estimates, the 60,000 odd crore of increase in the capex is only on account of the Air India losses being substituted by the Government of India's loan to the Air India Asset Management Company. So that is also not a real increase in the capex in the RA.
Okay.
Deep Kalra joins us from Make My Trip. One of the sectors that's been most badly hit on account of the pandemic has been the travel hospitality sector. We're now hopefully emerging out of this pandemic as Omicron numbers come down. Deep, your initial sense of the government spoke about the need to boost services, but your sense of the extent to which the budget does enable a bounce back in the services sector, particularly travel and hospitality?
Yeah, well, if we just focus on our sector of travel and hospitality, there is some relief which has been provided to a much needed sector, clearly a sector which has been ravaged by the pandemic. So I would say the emergency credit line guarantee scheme, the extension of that is welcome. The fact that 50,000 crores is going to be earmarked for tourism and hospitality is welcome. However, we want to see the fine print here. There is some disconnect in terms of what will be the actual increase for the sector. So definitely still trying to get to the fine print out here. Is this an actual increase? The headline is great. It is good news. It is much needed. But let's be very clear. This is very good for the large corporates, the mid-sized corporates who can actually avail of this credit. It's been 2 years of the pandemic. And our sector, as everyone knows, is a very fragmented sector. There are a lot of small players in this sector. I don't think they will have any ability to survive this pandemic if they're not given relief to repay. So I think we would love to see that because they're the ones who've been hit the worst. The others have obviously got the balance sheet to survive. That's one. The second positive I see is definitely the e-passport scheme. A small thing, but it'll go a long way. Eventually, when people can travel overseas, I think it'll be helpful to have e-passports embedded with smart chips. Will make the whole process more convenient, easy the world over. Now developed countries are using that. So something which should have been done. I don't think it's a huge thing, but we have to look for whatever we can get right now. In the same vein, I think we should have looked at visas. We should have definitely looked at visas as Omicron recedes, like you said, and people are willing to come to India. Why wouldn't we have a free visa scheme for a period of time? Not blocking our passports from people for too long, just allowing people to come more easily, whoever wants to come. It just gives the right signal when you want to get people coming in. Because again, let's not forget, within travel and tourism, who's hit the worst are the inbound players. So players who focus entirely on foreign travelers coming to India, they've seen nothing for 2 years and therefore consequently neither have the hotels. Aviation sector has not been mentioned. So unless there's something which was not mentioned, I heard the entire speech, nothing on aviation, which is much needed again, very badly hit, very high fixed costs. So we were definitely expecting some relief out there. Have not got that. Tax rationalization was expected. There is a TCS disconnect out here between foreign players and Indian players. Indian players actually getting disadvantaged if you buy a holiday from them. So hopefully it's been addressed in the fine print again, like I say, but not overtly. And one of the big demands from the industry was why not extend the LTA to cover this scheme? You know, the Prime Minister has said he would like Indians to go and see 15 new destinations over 3 years. Yes, we've lost 2 years in the pandemic, but going forward, if you want to do that, then maybe a tax benefit on the personal taxation side would have given the necessary impetus that is required for people to go and travel more. So the sector overall is actually disappointing.
Okay, we'll slip into a quick break right now. When we come back, what we're doing really right now is updating the budget intelligence dashboard, and what we'll be able to do soon is go sector by sector, because typically you hear from the Finance Minister the allocations for every sector. She condensed the speech from about 2 hours, 40 minutes in years gone by to 1.5 hours, as a result of which a lot of the allocations were missed out, and which is what people are looking out for. How much is the government actually going to spend on different sectors, and how does this compare with spending in the past? So we look at that.
Because there's an interesting figure in FY22, GOI's capex in the first 8 months is 50% of what was budgeted for the same year. How do you ensure 7.5 lakh crores now for 22-23?
Sure, but
obviously we are in different times.
Correct.
So therefore there is
part of that was the lockdown,
sure, so
the waves,
the possibilities are greater.
Migrants going back home.
But we will need to see announcements being backed this time by outcomes on the ground. So those numbers will be interesting. Fascinating in that sense to look at those numbers and do a deep dive that Rahul and his team will do. Let's take a break. You're having lunch. No tax relief for for the middle class, but that's
we're not having lunch. Only Rajni is having lunch, and he's going just
now.
That's
right. I'm going to go and have some lunch. Rahul and Uday will take it forward. You're watching the booster shot budget here on India Today.
Information is not knowledge. The only source of knowledge is experience. As the day of reckoning draws closer, Siddharth Zarabi, Rajdeep Sardesai, Rahul Kanwal and Udyan Mukherjee, with 30+ years of budget reporting experience, India's leading English news channel and India's #1 business magazine, two mega brands get together to bring you the most comprehensive coverage of the coming budget 2022. India Today Roundtable Goa. Listen to leaders like Pramod Sawant, Arvind Kejriwal, Mahua Moitra, P. Chidambaram, Devendra Fadnavis, Sanjay Raut, Sudhin Dhavalikar, Vijay Sardesai, Utpal Parikar, Amit Palekar, Randeep Singh Surjewala, and many others only at India Today Roundtable Goa, 3rd February 2022.
The pandemic locked us inside, right? We couldn't go outside, we couldn't do the things that we loved, right? But the human body still needs cardiovascular activity. It's quite simple. A big part of going to the gym together is sort of suffering together. It's like you experience pain, you work really hard and you sweat, and so do the people around you, and you build a camaraderie around that. And now that we don't share that space, at least in real time, we have to do it virtually, right?
You are watching India Today.
Co-presented by LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Powered by Duraguard Cement, a Nuvoco product. In association with Snapdeal.
You're watching India Today, and Business Today's continuing coverage of the booster shot budget. I'm joined now in the studios by Business Today Television's managing editor Siddharth Zarabi. Udayan Mukherjee, our global business editor, joins us from London. Let me take you through the top 10 takeaways of Nirmala Sitharaman's fourth budget presented in Parliament today. Let's start straight from the top. First, she's been steady and consistent when it comes to taxation. Most importantly, on personal income taxes, which is what a lot of people look out for. No changes in any of the income tax slabs. Number two, income tax returns can be modified within 2 years. And this is useful because very often there may be an oversight which you now have the option of being able to modify. Point number three, government recognizes cryptos in some senses by taxing them. There is no crypto law yet. It was a bit of a chicken and egg situation, but what the government has done is that they will be taxing all transactions on cryptos at 30%. RBI to launch a digital rupee later this year. The government hasn't fully explained the nature of the digital currency. They've defined what all will get covered under crypto taxation, but this is something which hasn't been tried out at a pilot level yet, so we don't know how it will roll out, but the government's announced that there will be a digital rupee this year. The government talks about 60 lakh new jobs being created in 5 years, but the key challenge there is to be able to walk the talk. There will be 5G auctions in this fiscal year. Between April and March next year, there will be 5G auctions with the hope of launching 5G services. 400 new Vande Bharat trains to be introduced in 3 years. One of the other key announcements by Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman. And in an attempt to try and give a booster dose to electric mobility, incentives for battery swapping and a new policy which really hopefully encourages more people to switch to EVs, and also in the electronic mobility sector, incentives for those companies. And lastly, 68% of defense buying to be from Desi firms in an attempt to push the idea of an Atmanirbhar Bharat when it comes to weapon purchases. Let's take you through also some of the headlines that we're tracking at this hour, reactions coming in to this union budget. Here are the headlines we're following this afternoon. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 90-minute long but shortest budget speech lays the blueprint for India at 100, no change in personal income taxes. Finance Minister's mega Atmanirbhar push in the defense sector, 68% buying now from Desi companies, 25% of budget earmarked for research and development. Nirmala Sitharaman outlines vision for digital currency, new digital rupee for India soon using blockchain technology, digital assets to be taxed at 30%. Modi government's budget focuses on young and urban India. Digital ecosystem announced for skilling, drones for farmers, e-passports with embedded chips to be rolled out. Mobile phones, diamonds, gemstones and clothes cheaper after this budget. Shell out more for imported goods and umbrellas. Opposition hits out at budget 2022-23. Rahul Gandhi dubs it as Modi government's zero-sum budget. Mamta says it has nothing for common people. One of the things that everyone was looking out for was whether this budget will do enough to try and address the issue of inequality, which has been exacerbated on account of the pandemic, where we've seen the rich getting richer and the poor still struggling to ensure that their requirements are taken care of. Udayan Mukherjee, your thoughts on the issue of inequality and the issue of whether the budget does enough to be able to address this aspect?
This is a key question, Rahul, and I'm frankly grappling with the answer to this at this point in time, because, you know, on one hand, the extra outlay on capex is good, because some part of this capex, like highways and construction and the Awas Yojana, the housing projects, these require labor almost immediately, and they can soak up quite a bit of casual labor and provide some kind of employment. So there will be some employment in some part of the capex spend. But you guys were talking about earlier whether in an election year there could have been or would have been some kind of populism. And if ever one would have supported some kind of populism, it would have been this year, because it was required this year. So it's a little disappointing and disconcerting to see the scale back in NREGS spends or outlays, the scale back or the stabilization of food subsidies, because I don't think we are there yet in terms of an economy. The bottom end is hurting so much. There is one thing to talk about dialing back RevX, but if you're doing it too soon, then you're probably widening the inequality. The K is going to widen, because at the top end, corporate earnings will grow and the stock market might follow. And therefore, earnings will grow at the top. At the bottom, you're removing income support. You're not increasing outlays on many of these welfare schemes, and therefore people will be poorer off. So to answer your question, I think the inequality after this budget is an open question. It may even have grown.
Siddharth, your initial thoughts
Shamika, is a better person to...
Okay. You have a question for Shamika? Go ahead.
On this as well. No, on this very question on whether she thinks enough has been done at the bottom end of the pyramid, much that there is a lot to be liked about the capex aspect.
Yeah. No, Udayan, I've been following. I think you asked this question a little while back, and Mr. Garg answered it. Frankly, the way you're looking at it, which is the way I think we do as economists, we look at capex and revex, except that when it comes to something like the NREGA or the PM Awas Yojana, these are two very large schemes. And while one falls under capex, the other is really, livelihood support in the form of it's a revex. It would be nice to see the detail, and I think this is one of those gaps. I would have really liked for her to address that, what is happening vis-a-vis NREGS. I know that the economic survey says there's no, NREGS demand is what it is. But I think frankly, I think what NREGS did for UPA 1 and 2 in terms of popularity, and I have several research papers that show that it had direct impact on poverty across India. I think PM Awas Yojana, while it is capex, but it is having a similar impact on households. But I don't know what the outlay. I haven't seen the details of the budget yet, and I'd like to see some of that detail. Yeah.
Okay, we want to introduce to this coverage now Sunil Kant Munjal, who joins us on this broadcast. It seems as a long-time tracker of union budgets, Mr. Munjal, Nirmala Sitharaman preferring to be steady, to be predictable, rather than doing something bold, big and dramatic and shaking the boat.
So in a sense, I saw three things in this round. One was the big focus on capital spend, the largest ever increase, at least that I know of, in a year-to-year upping the capex numbers. The challenge, of course, will be creating capacity for efficient execution of these projects and focusing on the outcome. The second one was the interesting focus on digitization in many, many aspects, whether it's a drone policy or the healthcare platform or the Bharat Stack or the registration, common registration across the country. I think these are things, they are little independent things, but when you see the collective impact, it can be quite a big benefit overall for ease of living, ease of use, ease of business, etc. And the third, I think, was this focus on ensuring that the entire logistics chain actually becomes more efficient, because there is a massive multiplier effect. As you know, there are 2 or 3 sectors like the automotive industry, like the real estate, house building, like healthcare, and textile industry, which have a large multiplier on the economy and especially on job creation. Our big challenge still continues to be creating sustainable jobs with sufficient incomes to ensure standard of living of complete families. And I think in a secondary manner, it will happen with this big spend. But some of it, if it was focused directly, potentially could have done better, even introducing a parallel to the rural scheme for the urban poor. I think we could potentially do well with that. a large section of population in the urban areas are still poor. I do like that they're focusing more and more on India becoming more competent, including innovation, R&D for defense, etc., both for small industry, for startups, working with DRDO, etc. So, I mean, it's not, of course, time to go into individual line item details. But overall, I think directionally very good. The challenge, of course, will remain of execution, because we've had to scale down even our own targets for monetization as also divestments repeatedly, including for this year, and a lower number for next year.
Okay, Udayan has a question for you. Udayan, go ahead.
Yeah, Sunil, I wanted to ask, having seen this budget, what does it mean for consumption demand from B and C cities, semi-urban areas, even rural areas? Because you deal with these areas. Do you think it will give any kind of fillip, or do you see in the second half of the year demand actually fizzling out in non-urban India as we go forward?
So that's actually, you touched on a very important area. That's one of the challenges which I was trying to figure out, because I've not gone into the full budget document. I've only heard the speech. So it's not clear to me what has been done for specifically, because a large section of population in rural areas has suffered, especially in the last 2 years during the COVID time, and more specifically in the last 2 or 3 quarters, we've seen that. And that is a real risk. So I am hoping that the focus on the spend which will happen on infrastructure, etc., on water, will percolate down to the rural areas and provide the support there, because as you were just saying, infra projects have the benefit of creating jobs right away, even in the short term. But I'm not clear on this, so I don't have a real answer for you. As I said, the challenge is execution. I hope a fair amount of this execution will actually happen in the rural areas to provide that direct booster to incomes.
See that, now this is one of the critical questions. The government's announced a 35% increase in its capital expenditure, which means that they're really hoping to up the ante on government spends. But they haven't been able to spend what they'd promised to spend in the last year. So how do you bridge this gap between what the government says it wants to do and what it's actually able to do in terms of execution?
This is a beautiful question, and the simplest answer is, as we have seen from previous budgets and previous actual spending outlays, not all of the outlays spent in that financial year. Remember, on an earlier show we said this government does not do instant coffee budget. This is a medium-term budget, and it started with a 25-year vision. Now, I'll just give you one number. The capital expenditure outlay is a significant increase, but for that to translate into actual money spent will perhaps mean 2 to 3 years. Barring that, and barring the Jal Jeevan Shakti mission, which has seen a 6 times increase in outlay in a matter of 3 years, from 11,000 crore to 60,000 crore, a bit for national education, every other major head is down. If you take Narega, in a 3-year comparison period, from 11.11 lakh crore to 73,000 crore. Kisan Samman is barely 3,000 crore, actually 500 crore more than this year. Urea nutrient subsidies, even they are projected downwards. Food security is projected significantly downwards. So what this overall, the actual fine print of the numbers says, Prime Minister Modi has decided to turn off the tap, not fully, but partially. He has chosen consolidation, which has been his leitmotif and the finance ministry's leitmotif ever since the COVID pandemic began, and this will go to some extent in restoring the fiscal health. There isn't anything directly for consumption, but there are elements for the rural economy which will provide a political economy benefit, Rahul, in the days and weeks and months ahead.
So in some senses, that's not such a bad thing, because rather than being under pressure, Sunil Munjal, of constantly increasing spends on all schemes, because previous finance ministers would feel that pressure, the government here is suggesting, let's pick some priorities. Water, the Jal mission, having piped water come into people's tap, that's our priority at this moment. We want to enhance roadway capacity, capital expenditure. Let's focus on a few areas, achieve some outcomes there, rather than trying to spray our bullets in different directions and hoping that we get a little bit of a lot of things done.
Actually, I like this approach, by the way. I should also tell you they've gone a step further by, in a sense, almost putting out a hand of friendship to say, let's improve the federal structure, let's work more with the states. Directly talking of replacing the SEZ scheme with a scheme to work with the states, talking of the digital registration and identification of land with the states, talking of an additional interest-free loan to the states over and above the normal drawings they do. So I think the execution has got to be a collective effort, and it can obviously not only be central government, because at the end of the day, the execution has to be on the ground in the states. So I believe directionally and signaling-wise, it is quite good. The only one thing, as I said, is if there was some direct mention of where that direct intervention will take place in the rural areas where people are suffering, would have been clearer, and maybe it is there, as I said, in the details. But overall, there's a little to fault in this budget.
Okay. Saurav Majumdar, for Manrega, the allocation slashed from 98,000 crore rupees in this year to 73,000 crore rupees in next year. Fertilizer subsidy down from 1,40,000 crore rupees currently to 1,05,000 crore rupees. Food subsidy down from 2 lakh crore versus 2.4 lakh crore. Petroleum subsidy down as well from 6,517 crores to 5,813 crores. So a lot of cuts. This is not something typically we tend to see from governments who feel pressured to increase allocations. Here, the government is taking some hard calls on where they want to spend their money. Saurav?
Absolutely, Rahul. If you see the bulk of the expenditure and if you see the kind of breakup which has been provided even in the budget papers, if you see the bulk is in the transport sector, rural development and urban development, education and allied. So these are the areas which have gone up, especially the transport sector, where the road and highways and the building of highways has had a very, some say it's a very ambitious target which the budget has set out. So I think there is a definite shift in terms of where the government wants the expenditure to go, and capital expenditure, which probably is looking at again to come back to the central theme of the budget and earlier budgets of creating as much multiplier effect as possible in terms of employment and jobs. And this is again the hope. The execution will be the key, but that is the element which I think gets underscored in this. We will have to keep a very close watch on how much is actually spent vis-a-vis the amount of money which is being allocated in the budget itself.
Let's spend a moment talking about defense, where on the one side the government is trying to focus on the idea of Atmanirbhar Bharat, ensuring that money is available for R&D in the defense sector, announcing that 2/3 of the purchases that will be made internally, and this has a huge effect given how big an arms purchaser India is, Udayan. This not immediately but over a period of time has a massive impact on job creation and on production of these sophisticated weapon systems within India.
Yeah, Rahul, I think this is an important point because, we were talking about job creation, and if you look at what they're trying to do, the defense budgets over the years have not gone up significantly. But within the defense budget, the capital spending for capital equipment has actually been going up. The last couple of years, I think it's gone up from 95,000 crores to 1,35,000 crores. And the estimates are that in the next 3 years, the way it's going, it could go up to 2 lakh crores of capital spending. On the other hand, pensions and wages and these kinds of things have not grown. So the defense budget is probably in one place, but within that, capital equipment has gone up. And out of that, as you said, 68% of all procurement will now happen from local industries. So you can imagine of a budget of say 1.5 lakh crores of capital equipment sourcing, 68%, which is 1 lakh crores, will happen from domestic industries, and how much of a multiplier effect it will have on domestic defense companies, and therefore their need to hire more people and set up or commission more capacities. So I think this is a very interesting way of stimulating the defense sector in India, which will lead to some kind of job creation. So some of these things are actually quite good. The kind of ambitious road construction target, the stimulation of domestic indigenized capital good manufacturing in defense, the PLI schemes which have been extended to other areas like solar modules to the extent of 19,500 crores in this current budget. These are all job creating moves. My only issue with this budget, as I've been saying repeatedly, is that you are stimulating, you're turning the capex tap on, but did you have to switch off the revex tap quite so soon, given that there is so much stress at the lower end of the pyramid? And I think I hope this does not turn out to be one of those hasty kind of retreats from revenue expenditure, which will come back to bite the government. So some amount of scale down of food subsidies and fertilizer subsidies, given that last year, because of the calamity, because of the pandemic, we had to spend much more on food grain distribution than in a normal year. So some part of scale back is understandable. But I think scheme after scheme, the way outlays have been moderated, I think it's too hasty a retreat from revenue expenditure, which might have ramifications for the lower end of the pyramid income situation, which is quite bad in any case.
Shankar Iyer, the government's announced a 35% increase in capital expenditure. Is this an announcement that you think the government will be able to live up to? It's one of the things that becomes a big headline on budget day, but ultimately when you read the fine print much later, you discover that the government fell way short of being able to achieve that target.
It's a possibility that they might build. It's a possibility. I mean, nobody expected India to build over 30 kilometers per day. I mean, so taking a target like this is very interesting. But the larger political question, I said that, the economic need, the needs of the economy and the needs of the government or the political party were perfectly aligned to do many things, and they have been chosen to be fiscally conservative. Now, you could argue that they are promoting the idea of empowerment versus entitlement, that they will win elections by provision of permanent assets instead of temporary income. So you get water connection, you get Ujjwala, the whole works. But the final test, Rahul, will be whether they are able to pump up the private final consumption expenditure. And that will depend on one aspect that will count here is how soon the economy opens up. The second aspect is how the contact sectors contribute to the final consumption expenditure. It's a bet. All budgets are a bet. And this is an interesting bet that this government has taken. And that they are willing to pay a price pay a price in court of what criticism they might face, particularly in the run-up to the elections, is interesting.
Okay.
They might have explanations. I'm sure Nirmala Sitharaman will have some explanations, and I'm sure Prime Minister Modi will have some thought process on this.
One of the explanations, Shankar, just to take that point quickly forward, is 1 lakh crore interest-free loan to the states, which also tells you that the central government wants to shift some of the burden of execution of Gati Shakti or the Jal mission at the state level to the states also, Shankar.
Yeah, they're buying the support of the states to make Gati Shakti happen, because Gati Shakti is entirely in the state's domain. I mean, the central government is, as N.T. Ramarao once said, is a conceptual myth. So all of this stuff has to be done in the states, and they are buying the support of the state. In fact, the land registration thing, which I personally think is a very interesting idea and much needed, will also depend on how the states cooperate.
Right.
Transliteration across 8 scheduled languages is amazing.
Right.
So there are a lot of pieces in this. If you think of it it's like this central wheel, the spy wheel, like a timing case of an engine. So there's a big wheel and there are the smaller wheels working. We don't know
Rahul,
exactly
I think,
how it will translate in consumption.
I think to take that analogy forward, if it's a wheel and there's a tire, it's been inflated to some extent. I suspect, like we saw last year, there might be midterm course corrections. For example, on fertilizer prices, the way the overall crude situation is evolving. So let's perhaps see that the government has announced intent of being fiscally conservative. It's kind of sent positive signals overseas to the bond markets to some extent. But we don't know what will happen 3 months, 6 months later if some of the underlying assumptions change significantly.
Okay, we'll slip into a very quick break. We've got reactions coming in from corporate India. We've got reactions coming in from economists, some very sharp insights here on India Today and Business Today's coverage of the booster budget. More details on the other side. Stay with us, we're back in a moment.
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
India Today Roundtable Goa. Listen to leaders like Pramod Sawant, Arvind Kejriwal, Mahua Moitra, P. Chidambaram, Devendra Fadnavis, Sanjay Raut, Sudhin Dhavalikar, Vijay Sardesai, Utpal Parikar, Amit Palekar, Randeep Singh Surjewala, and many others only at India Today Roundtable Goa, 3rd February 2022.
You are watching India.
Budget Intelligence Dashboard, I want to show you the speech thrust analysis of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's latest budget. We'll be able to compare what is it that she spent most of her time on. So she spoke of infrastructure and housing 27 times in this budget, tax being critical, speaking of the different dimensions of taxation 46 times. She spoke of digital and online 28 times. She spoke of states 20 times, and that's interesting, suggesting the extra emphasis on the federal nature of economic administration. She spoke on education 19 times, she spoke on investment 18 times, and farmers 16 times. If I were to compare this with the budget that she gave last year, there the focus was more on infrastructure, transport. At that time, of course, there was Corona, and Atmanirbhar Bharat was important as well. So this is a quick word cloud of Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's budget. I want to look at how the stock markets are doing. If you look at the intraday BSE and Nifty numbers, during the budget, there was a bit of a dip, but at this time, the Sensex up 1.5% at 58,882. Udayan, your sense of both the Nifty and the BSE Sensex being in the green, and seem to have welcomed the fact that there were no nasty bouncers on the Sitharaman budget pitch?
You know, the thing which the stock market wanted most was done many months ago when the corporate tax was reduced to 25%. That created the platform potentially of a new earnings cycle, which we seem to be in the midst of, and that's what the stock market liked most. So as I said at the start, if we didn't have a budget today, the stock market would probably have gone up because it was fearing that something negative might come, like a long-term capital gains tax going up to 15%. There was no mention of it. So no news was always going to be good news for the stock market because it is anyways in a good place. The only thing which can roil it is not government policy now, but global volatility because of rising interest rates. So I'm not surprised to see the stock market up today. It likes the fact that the government has chosen to spend on capex and infrastructure rather than on NREGA and such welfare schemes, because that's not what the stock market's focus is. The stock market wants jobs to be created, wants the government to induce or accelerate the private capex cycle, and to that extent this extra capital expenditure spent by the government is very welcome, and that's why the stock market is going up today.
Show you on the intelligence dashboard what the government is hoping it will raise through disinvestment in this year, which is just 65,000 crore rupees. So if you look at disinvestment targets that have been set, Saurav Majumdar, in previous years, you've had targets as ambitious as 2.10 lakh crore rupees. Last year was 1.75 lakh crore rupees. Only 7% of that realized so far. Last year, the government was able to realize only 16% of its very ambitious target. This time, they've scaled it down substantially to about 65,000 crore rupees. The last time it was that low, the target was in FY 16 and 17. So they're back to 16, 17 numbers. What would this suggest? Is it just better to be conservative and over-deliver, or is this essentially, you believe, what the government thinks it can realistically achieve this year?
In fact, Rahul, it's interesting that in the word cloud which you read out, disinvestment hardly finds a mention, if at all. I'm not very sure does it find mention at all or not. And so therefore in the speech, after the speech, we had to actually hunt for what was the target for the next year. That itself suggests, the fact that disinvestment is being underplayed at this point. She did mention the LIC IPO as one of the, events which is going to happen. But yes, it's 65,000 crore vis-a-vis 1.75 lakh crore, and and therefore I think definitely they want to look at being more conservative on the announcement of disinvestment. Also remember that they do have some fiscal headroom in terms of taxes, etc. So I think, but even then, I think the point is that 65,000 crore is definitely much more conservative, and I would think it's okay. I mean, if you have a 65,000 crore target and you overshoot it by actually doing an aggressive asset monetization or disinvestment / privatization through the year, you actually might end up surprising people on the upside. So I don't think that's a problem in terms of having a lower target, but it's the implementation which is going to hold the key.
But
and therefore I think
the
budget is okay in terms of
let's listen to Subhash Garg on this. The target on disinvestment, Dr. Garg, is down to a third of the target last year, and given on the back of Air India's successful privatization, you would have assumed that the government really now wants to up the ante on disinvestment suddenly, at least as far as target setting is concerned, they seem to have gone easy. What would that suggest to you? Are they being conservative, hoping to over-deliver, or is this what they think is actually going to happen and therefore no point making any great noises?
I think it suggests two things. One, that let us be realistic. What we can't do, we should not over-project and promise. That is what leads to the downward revision in the receipts for this year as well as for the next year. The second one, which perhaps would be very bad for the economy, if the government is losing the enthusiasm for privatization and disinvestment, and that reflects in the downward revision of the targets. I think that would be very, very...
Siddharth Ravi, which one do you think it's more likely? Because the expected value or the range for the disinvestment of BPCL is in the range of about 85,000 crore rupees. Given that the overall target is only 65,000 crore rupees, does that mean A, BPCL could potentially be off the list for this year? B, is the government being conservative? C, are they just being realistic?
I think it is...
or as Dr. Garg says, they've possibly lost their mojo and their enthusiasm.
I don't think that is the case. I think they've realized that giving out a big number holds the entire finance ministry brass to that, and it's a conscious decision to not overcome it. Now look at the tax revenue numbers. No one knew that there would be such a spectacular growth in a second COVID year. That surprised on the upside. I think some expectations are being reset at a lower baseline so that when you achieve them, you certainly have something to crow about. Now, obviously, LIC, there are, and I'm sure this point has been discussed, there are 60 days to complete it. The man who is leading the company has gotten yet another extension. 60 days time period may or may not be enough for SEBI approval. There might be cabinet approval soon. The realization of the dues will happen next year. Once that comes in, it sends out a positive signal. It changes the fiscal deficit number. I'm going to say this with great respect and caution that I would repeat that these numbers are subject to change. And the Modi government is telling us that for a central budget which does not account for all of India's national income, there is room to keep doing mini budgets outside the main budget. So I don't think we need to sweat beyond a point on the numbers, but it is definitely a clear pointer of fiscal I hate to use the word contraction, but there is some amount of moderation, and the capital expenditure number is not going to be spent this year. That is impossible. So that will also lead to a saving. All in all, by the second half of the year, when growth is expected to dip, the government could come out and say in its mid-year review, we are doing far better than projected, and send a positive signal, Rahul.
But are we also then possibly seeing a new paradigm then in how the government is doing these projections? For example, yesterday, the GDP growth number projection was between 8 and 8.5%. The IMF's projection was 9%. So we're being more conservative, A, than the IMF. B, on disinvestment, the target only set at 65,000 crore rupees. Is there a sense that the government just wants to be conservative rather than talking up what it will do and under-delivering, talk less and do more?
There could be many other nuances, Rahul, to this. One, of course, is a general understanding or acceptance in the government that 2022 may not be the kind of year for financial markets as 2021 was. And, you know, divestments don't happen in a vacuum. They happen basically in the bedrock of financial markets, and market conditions allow you to do certain things and don't allow you to do certain things. So they may be saying that, you know, look at how the year has begun. Look at what the US Fed is doing, because we are having a once in a decade kind of situation where global interest rates are rising and global liquidity stimulus is ebbing away. And in the midst of that, if you say, whatever happens to the world, I'm going to push through 2 lakh crores of disinvestment, that won't happen. So one could be a realization and an understanding that financial markets will not allow you that kind of elbow room this year, and therefore an aggressive budget, there is just no point in putting out such an aggressive number. B, my feeling is that the government has faced a lot of pushback, because I think that they made a serious attempt last year to push through the 2 public sector banks which were announced in the previous budget. And I don't think they made much headway. I mean, there are many interested factions in these public sector unions also. So I think the pushback from some of these elements has also made the market or the government quite skittish about what it can do and what it cannot achieve. So I think having tested all of that, they've made a reasonable estimate that maybe things which can be pushed through this year are the likes of BEML, the likes of Shipping Corporation of India, the ones where probably there's not such a big issue with unions. But the banks will be difficult. BPCL, maybe there's a valuation issue and not too many buyers from the oil space globally, and they might be getting stuck there. So I think you have to see it through a slightly nuanced prism, but I think it's part pushback, part global market conditions, which are also coming in the way of this kind of a poor divestment target. By the way, as I said earlier, on asset monetization plan, there was not much at all in this budget. So that is another, which is quite separate from disinvestment. So I don't know where we are going to find the money for this national infrastructure pipeline that we are talking about. Without this kind of capital receipts, I think the government will probably struggle next year as well with its fiscal deficit target. It could.
Udyan, just to add on the point of Bharat Petroleum, Business Today had just reported this story. There seems to be a clear realization with the government that the macro global environment for carbon is no longer conducive. The second bit is there is significant disappointment with the 2 bids that have come in. There will be, and I repeat, there will be a fresh effort that will be made for this company. The government had hoped that between 2 large private industrial groups, one of them would come forward. That hasn't happened, but I would not discount the possibility of a Air India-like situation emerging later on. Remember, the Air India effort also predates to almost 4 years back. It sort of came out all of a sudden, which is the Modi style, but BPCL could surprise us.
There's a larger global mega trend against fossil fuels and companies that are powered.
But Rahul, not to counter your point, but in terms of the size of the Indian market, a retail presence that BPCL enjoys is not going to vanish away overnight. It still is a 2-3 decade play in terms of the retail presence, the locations, the ability to
when it
reach
comes
other.
To the enterprise value that can be generated from that kind of a transaction.
That's absolutely
given
right.
how RIL struggled with Aramco, there will be problems, and therefore, Subhash Garg, we possibly lost the golden opportunity.
Yes.
When that opportunity existed, the government not pushing through really means that even if it does happen, like Air India, after much delay, it will be at a much lower enterprise value than what we could have realized earlier.
You see, if you want to discuss the BPCL, the biggest issue in the BPCL divestment, besides the global headwind and the carbon lack of interest in carbon, is the inability of the government to free the oil prices. For last 70 odd days, there's been no increase in the oil prices. And no one will perhaps buy BPCL in a situation where they don't have the pricing freedom and they can't realize. So these are the kind of reforms and the policy issues which, unless settled, and as Udyan said rightly, in the case of the banks, it is pushback from the unions, and therefore the disinvestment targets of 65,000 crores, in the absence of banks being done, BPCL being done, might actually be over-ambitious for the next year, rather than underestimate. By the way, Udyan, now we have the capex numbers available. If you want to discuss that, those numbers are giving a very interesting situation.
Go on, sir, let's do that.
Yes,
go ahead, Mr. Garg.
And these are right there in the statement number 1 of the expenditure profile. If I can point out the budgeted expenditure for 21-22, and we have 2 kinds of a capex taking place. One is from the government and the other one is from the public sector. And this statement gives you the picture for both the capex together, the central government as well as the public sector. So the budget estimate for 21-22 for the capex expenditure was 11.37 lakh crore. 11.37 lakh crores. Now in the RE, this has gone down to 11.05 lakh crores, despite 60,000 crores of the capex expenditure in the loans to that company for taking over the the Air India loans, is down by about 32,000 crores in the RE as compared to the B. Now look at the budget estimates for the 20 to 23. The budget estimates for 20 to 23 are higher at 12.19 lakh crore. But this 12.19 lakh crore includes 1 lakh crore of additional loans to the states. If you take that 1 lakh crore loans out, then the net capex is only 11.19 crore, which is less than the B of the current year by about 20,000 crores. And this is reflected very sort of tellingly in the resources of the public sector enterprises used for the capex. That is a story where from the B of 5.82 lakh crore for the 21-22, in the RE it goes down to 5.02 lakh crores. And the budgeted expenditure for the next year, it goes down further to 4.69 lakh crore. Now this is on the public sector expenditure, the NTPCs and the power grids and the Indian oils of the world, their capex expenditure has been reduced from this year's P to the next year B by 1,13,000 crore. And
Mr. Garg, just for the benefit of our viewers, what does this all sum up to? Has the tap been shut off, or is it only half shut? I mean, I think we need to contextualize this, because the more we go into this, and I agree with you, there is significant expenditure compression. Yet you see the top line number, which is at 39.44 versus actuals of 37.44. Explain that to us, because you have made these numbers for many years yourself.
So two messages are very clear. Number one, capex, real capex of the central government and its public sector enterprises are not going up at all. So this 2 lakh crore kind of thing that capex has been increased is not on the whole true. So this 2 lakh crore of increase which you are citing from RE to B, 1 lakh crore is explained by the higher transfers to the states. And the other ones are explained by the type of the items like interest expenditure, which has gone up by about 1.4 lakh crores. So there is no real increase in the revenue expenditure, and there is no real increase in the capital expenditure.
You know, which is why it's so important to have a former finance secretary with you on the budget panel, because you're able to distill numbers, just see through all the narratives that are being spun and cut to the chase and bring out what the actual picture is, and suggesting that the 2 lakh crore rupee increase in capital expenditure isn't quite what it is being made out to be. Dr. Shamika Ravi, we were having this conversation on disinvestment and the target being curtailed from about 1.75 lakh crore rupee last year to 65,000 crore rupees. A very deep cut in the government's hope. Ultimately, what gets realized is a different matter. But even the pace that they're setting, or the hope that they have in where they hope to end up at the end of the year.
I think they're being realistic, Rahul. I think given last year's very optimistic, the strategy that was laid out, and eventually I think it's very important for us to realize that beyond the politics of it, and this is a point I keep reiterating, it's not very easy to privatize India. I mean, you are still seeing the kind of judicial entanglement that some of the decisions taken in the Vajpayee era, they still tend to linger. So, we want these to happen, but it really is a very complex task. And I think this year, rather than last year, this year, they're just being more realistic. But, I keep going back to Udayan's larger concern, which is that, the RevEx has been reduced. And that's because, and of course, NREGA, we are all thinking of social protection from the NREGA's point of view. And I think it's important to note the social protection has to be thought a little more broadly. I do think, and as I've been reiterating on your own channel, jobs are the leading concern of the present day today for India. And yet social protection is not just NREGA. I think PM Awas Yojana has been, the outlay has been more than double. In fact, it has nearly been tripled. So we know that the strategy of government protection and the kind of social protection that they're going to roll out, at least the next 1 year, is going to be away from some of these schemes towards more infrastructure development in the form of housing and tap water and so on and so forth. So you're seeing that shifting away from some of these RevX schemes towards more which are asset building for the poor households. So that's another thing to be sensitive to.
Udayan?
Yeah. No, Rahul, I heard Mr. Garg explaining the capex bit, and I am frankly quite worried about whether we are going to get this capex boost on which I think the report card of this budget will be formed. So if that is not the case, as it seems quite likely, then I think we'll have to reassess whether it has indeed been such a growth-oriented budget. On the other point about the loans to the states, I think it's also we should also bear in mind that the states actually have a lot of cash on their hands in any case, unutilized cash this year, and therefore to expect them to take up this 1 lakh crores of interest-free loans from the center to spend immediately towards capex might be a bit of a stretch. So I think the most attractive part of this 2 lakh crores also might not be implemented immediately, not leading to the kind of capex boost or infrastructure boost that we are all hoping to see over the next few months. So it is a bit of a problematic area.
Okay, what we're going to do right now is slip into a quick break. When we come back, we'll have Abha Bakaya join us. Udayan and Siddharth will take you through how the markets are faring at this time. We'll look at different sectors. We'll also look at how different companies are performing. We'll try and get a sense of what the financial markets are making currently of this budget and what might happen in the year to come. Details on the other side. Stay with us. We're back in a moment.
Introduction of a central bank digital currency will give a big boost to digital economy. Digital currency will also lead to a more efficient and cheaper currency management system. It is therefore proposed to introduce digital rupee using blockchain and other technologies to be issued by the Reserve Bank of India starting 2022 and 23. Scheme for taxation of virtual digital assets. There has been a phenomenal increase in transaction in virtual digital assets. The magnitude and frequency of these transactions have made it imperative to provide for a specific tax regime. Accordingly, for the taxation of virtual digital assets, I propose to provide that any income from transfer of any virtual digital asset shall be taxed at the rate of 30%. No deduction in respect of any expenditure or allowance shall be allowed while computing such income except cost of acquisition. Further, loss from transfer of virtual digital asset cannot be set off against any other income. Further, in order to capture the transaction details, I also propose to provide for TDS on payment made in relation to transfer of virtual digital asset at the rate of 1% of such consideration above a monetary threshold. Gift of virtual digital asset is also proposed to be taxed in the hands of the recipient.
This is a very progressive and a very forward-looking budget. It prepares India for the next stage of its sustained growth. It's a continuation of last year's budget. The last year's budget had a number of positives. It's really in continuity of that. But I think the real highlight of this budget is its huge expansion on capital expenditure, because it takes outlay for capex from 5.54 lakhs to close to 7.5 lakhs, and with the states it's about 10 lakh crores, which is about 4.1% of your total GDP. And this is phenomenal, because I'm a long-term believer that the only way the country can grow, only way we can lift people above poverty line The only way we can have investment, savings, all together is through creation of good quality infrastructure. This is what the budget focuses on.
मैंने तो ये कहा कि ये गरीबों का बजट नहीं है, अमीरों का बजट है। जैसा कि उन्होंने महाभारत कोट किया, ये एकलव्य की बजट नहीं है, ये सिर्फ द्रोणाचार्य और अर्जुन की बजट है। किसानों की आमदनी 2 गुना करने की बात कर रहे हैं वो।
Crypto Watch brought to you by BitBNS.
India Today Roundtable Goa. Listen to leaders like Pramod Sawant, Arvind Kejriwal, Mahua Moitra, P. Chidambaram, Devendra Fadnavis, Sanjay Raut, Sudhin Dhavalikar, Vijay Sardesai, Utpal Parikar, Amit Palekar, Randeep Singh Surjewala, and many others only at India Today Roundtable Goa, 3rd February 2022.
Food wastage is not just a social problem but an environmental one too. It is important to take concrete steps to ensure food wastage is avoided at all costs. Why we shouldn't waste food? When we waste food, we waste the labor, the effort, investment and precious resources. It also increases greenhouse gas emissions and contributes to climate change. What you can do? Reduce. Be more mindful of food you buy what you use and use it all. Improve food storage and reduce wastage at home. Reuse. If you don't eat everything you make, freeze it for later. Use the leftovers as an ingredient in another meal. Recycle. Recycle as much as possible. Try composting and put nutrients back into the soil. You can also start your own green patch of fruits, vegetables or herbs. With these easy ways, you can reduce food wastage and become a food hero.
You are watching
Co-presented by LIC, हर पल आपके साथ. Powered by DuraGuard Cement, a Nuvoco product. In association with Snapdeal.
Hello and welcome, and you're with us here on Booster Shot Budget as India Today and Business Today continue to bring you a detailed analysis of Budget 2022. I'm Abha Bakaya, with me Siddharth Zarabi. Let's take you through the headlines. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman's 90-minute long shortest budget speech lays the blueprint for India at 100. No change in personal income tax rates. Finance Minister's mega Atmanirbhar push in defence, 68% buying now from Desi companies. Our forces. Nirmala Sitharaman outlines vision for digital currency, new digital rupee for India soon using blockchain technology, digital assets to be taxed at 30%. Modi government's budget focuses on young and urban India. Digital ecosystem announced for skilling, drones for farmers, e-passports with embedded chips to be rolled out. Mobile phones, diamonds, gemstones and clothes cheaper after the budget. Shell out more for imported goods and umbrellas. Opposition hits out at Budget 22-23. Rahul Gandhi dubs it as Modi government's zero-sum budget. Mamta says it has nothing for common people. Well, first up, let's take a look at how markets are faring post this budget. And Siddharth, we did see a rapid climb during the budget speech. In fact, just before it began as well, as markets were so confident that this budget would be oriented towards growth. And during the speech, we continue to see markets hit the day's high before actually starting to cool off mid-afternoon and then bouncing back again. You can see that on your chart. So that cool off coming in, at one point they were at the day's low, almost flat, before once again gradually climbing back up. Currently trading at about 1.3% there, and top nifty gainers for you, Tata Steel, clear allocations there that will help to boost things when it comes to the steel sector. Sun Pharma, IndusInd Bank, Shree Cements, couple of the other names there that are buzzing at this hour. We'll continue to bring you a look at some of those gainers on your screen. But, at one point we thought perhaps there'd be some profit booking coming in. Markets had anticipated this. There was a run-up pre-budget as well. So just when markets were cooling off, everyone thought that, okay, that's it. It was just a bit of buying on the back of a good budget. But this now shows you that there's sustained buying. Whatever covering had to happen has happened. There's sustained buying and the market's clearly rewarding the budget. Infrastructure has been a really, really strong theme, as you can see on your screen as well. Some of the top gainers, L&T, NCC, Adani, IRB, couple of the movers there. But infra as a theme, and of course, ancillary pockets. So from infra, we've got cement, metals, capital goods. That entire basket is set to move because of the kind of announcement we've seen, and it's been a capex heavy budget. They've clearly outlined plans for a boost on infra, a boost of capital expenditure on infrastructure and capital goods to drive growth, and that's really where they feel the growth will come from, jobs will come from, and even private sector will also start to participate.
I think for the market reaction, it's very clear that the markets, even before the budget, seem to have sensed that things would not be negative, the boat won't be rocked, and that's what has largely happened. But if we could pull up, not now, but how the world of cryptocurrencies is perhaps going to react, that would tell you a different story. But from a market point of view, I think the biggest message is this government is continuing with what it believes in, which is infrastructure, long-term, medium-term plans. And in fact, the budget had a 25-year vision statement that was attached to it. So it's trying to be presented in a different manner. And I would say that the biggest takeaway would be the fact that from next year onwards, the government of India believes that it may not need to spend as much as it did in the 2 years of the pandemic on various kinds of relief measures. And even as I tell you this, we are standing by for Prime Minister Narendra Modi's first comment after the budget was presented in the Lok Sabha and tabled in the Rajya Sabha. We are standing by for that reaction by the Prime Minister. But if it's Modinomics that you really want to focus on at this stage, perhaps the markets, Abha, voting with their feet. But I want to ask you a question. There was a brief period post the budget speech when we saw some bit, what would you call it, profit booking happening, because it's a dip. And I was at that point of time worried that there is perhaps some fine print in the finance bill which has come to light. But how did you see it pan out?
Well, the finance bill, we should always keep that as a disclaimer until we do see the fine print. No, it seems like profit booking for the most part. Markets are always happy as long as there's no negative news. It was clearly not negative. Yes, there are certain elements that can be debated, but the capex push that markets wanted has come through. And also in terms of fiscal deficit and the glide path, that also seems to be in line with market estimates largely. So those couple of key figures are really what the market has been reading into. If we take a look at sectorally, EVs were the other area which was quite significant for this budget, in line with the government's focus on reducing dependence on fossil fuels. A lot of announcements, a raft of announcements for developments of EV, green energy generation, thrust expected on sustainable technologies, accelerating the adoption of EVs as well, charging infrastructure and so forth. For the auto industry, there really wasn't too much to take home unless and until just for a couple of those players that also have battery, production units. There was some silver lining there. And that's again linked, of course, to the development and adoption of EVs. So that was clearly the area of focus for them. Talked about sustainable energy a couple of times in the budget. She touched upon it. So not just with EVs, but overall as a sustainable agenda, green energy, hydro. The government was clearly outlining this as a mega theme.
Absolutely, and perhaps some more details and answers will come when the Finance Minister briefs the media. This is the customary press conference that happens. That is scheduled for 3:45. We could perhaps see her come on air around 4 p.m. where some of the questions would be answered. But what's the big picture, even as we take a look at the Nifty right there, and we are perhaps just minutes away, 15 to 20 minutes away, 25 minutes away from a market close on this day, and very clearly we'll see the markets end on a positive note. Remember that in the run-up to the budget, there was a significant dip in the markets that had to do more with international factors, that also had to do with the fact that foreign institutional investors took out a lot of money. So one of the biggest events in the annual calendar for the markets, and here you have the Prime Minister.
100 साल की भयंकर आपदा के 100 साल की विकास का नया विश्वास लेकर आया है। ये बजट अर्थव्यवस्था को मजबूती देने के साथ ही सामान्य मानवी के लिए अनेक नए अवसर बनाएगा। ये बजट मोर इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर, मोर इन्वेस्टमेंट, मोर ग्रोथ और मोर जॉब्स की नई संभावनाओं से भरा हुआ है। और एक नया क्षेत्र और खुला है, और वो है ग्रीन जॉब्स का। ये बजट तत्कालीन आवश्यकताओं का भी समाधान करता है और देश के युवाओं के उज्जवल भविष्य को भी सुनिश्चित करता है। ये पिछले कुछ घंटों से देख रहा हूं जिस प्रकार से इस बजट का हर क्षेत्र में स्वागत हुआ है, सामान्य मानवी की जो सकारात्मक प्रतिक्रिया आई है, उसने जनता जनार्दन की सेवा का हमारा उत्साह अनेक गुना बढ़ा दिया है। जीवन के हर क्षेत्र में आधुनिकता आए, टेक्नोलॉजी आए, जैसे किसान ड्रोन हो, वंदे भारत ट्रेन हो, डिजिटल करेंसी हो, बैंकिंग के क्षेत्र में डिजिटल यूनिट्स हो, 5G सर्विसेज का रोल आउट हो, नेशनल हेल्थ के लिए डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम हो। इनका लाभ हमारे युवा, हमारे मध्यम वर्ग, गरीब, दलित, पिछड़े, ये सभी वर्गों को मिलेगा। इस बजट का एक महत्वपूर्ण पहलू है गरीब का कल्याण। हर गरीब के पास पक्का घर हो, नल से जल आता हो, उसके पास शौचालय हो, गैस की सुविधा हो, इन सभी पर विशेष ध्यान दिया गया है। इसके साथ ही आधुनिक इंटरनेट कनेक्टिविटी पर भी उतना ही जोर है। जो भारत के पहाड़ी क्षेत्र हैं, हिमालय का पूरा पट्टा, जहां जीवन आसान बने, वहां से पलायन ना हो, इसे ध्यान में रखते हुए भी नई घोषणा की गई है। हिमाचल, उत्तराखंड, जम्मू कश्मीर, नॉर्थ ईस्ट ऐसे क्षेत्रों के लिए पहली बार देश में पर्वतमाला योजना शुरू की जा रही है। ये योजना पहाड़ों पर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन और कनेक्टिविटी की आधुनिक व्यवस्था का निर्माण करेगी और इससे हमारे देश के जो सीमावर्ती गांव है, बॉर्डर के गांव है, जिसका वाइब्रेंट होना जरूरी है, जो देश की सिक्योरिटी के लिए भी आवश्यकता है, उसको भी बहुत बड़ी ताकत मिलेगी। भारत के कोटि कोटि जनों की आस्था मां गंगा की सफाई के साथ साथ किसानों के कल्याण के लिए एक महत्वपूर्ण कदम उठाया गया है। उत्तराखंड, उत्तर प्रदेश, झारखंड, बिहार, पश्चिम बंगाल, इन राज्यों में गंगा किनारे नेचुरल फार्मिंग को प्रोत्साहन दिया जाएगा। इससे मां गंगा की सफाई का जो अभियान है, उसमें मां गंगा को केमिकल मुक्त करने में भी बहुत बड़ी मदद मिलेगी। बजट के प्रावधान यह सुनिश्चित करने वाले हैं कि कृषि लाभप्रद हो, इसमें नए अवसर हो, नए एग्रीकल्चर स्टार्टअप्स को प्रोत्साहन देने के लिए विशेष फंड हो, या फिर फूड प्रोसेसिंग उद्योग के लिए नया पैकेज। इससे किसानों की आय बढ़ाने में बहुत मदद मिलेगी। एमएसपी खरीद के माध्यम से किसानों के खाते में 2.25 लाख करोड़ रुपए से भी ज्यादा सीधे ट्रांसफर किए जा रहे हैं। कोरोना काल में एमएसएमई यानी हमारे छोटे उद्योगों की मदद और उनकी सुरक्षा के लिए देश ने लगातार अनेक निर्णय लिए थे, अनेक प्रकार की मदद पहुंचाई थी। इस बजट में क्रेडिट गारंटी में रिकॉर्ड वृद्धि के साथ ही कई नई योजनाओं का ऐलान किया गया है। डिफेंस के कैपिटल बजट का 68% डोमेस्टिक इंडस्ट्री को रिजर्व करने का भी बड़ा लाभ भारत के एमएसएमई सेक्टर को मिलेगा। ये आत्मनिर्भरता की तरफ बहुत बड़ा मजबूत कदम है। 7.5 लाख करोड़ रुपए के पब्लिक इन्वेस्टमेंट से अर्थव्यवस्था को नई गति के साथ ही छोटे और अन्य उद्योगों के लिए नए अवसर भी बनेंगे। मैं वित्त मंत्री निर्मला जी और उनकी पूरी टीम को इस पीपल फ्रेंडली और प्रोग्रेसिव बजट के लिए बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूं। कल भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मुझे सुबह 11 बजे बजट और आत्मनिर्भर भारत विषय पर बात करने के लिए निमंत्रित किया है। कल 11 बजे मैं बजट के इस विषय पर विस्तार से बात करूंगा। आज इतना काफी है। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
The Prime Minister there, of course, emphasizing that this budget has something for every sector, talking about key outlays when it comes to specific areas, whether it's defense, whether it's the markets, and really, congratulating the Finance Minister on a comprehensive budget. We're going to take a very quick break. We're going to continue to bring you highlights and takeaways. Don't go anywhere.
Information is not knowledge. The only source of knowledge is experience. As the day of reckoning draws closer, Siddharth Zarabi, Rajdeep Sardesai, Rahul Kanwal and Udyan Mukherjee, with 30 plus years of budget reporting experience, India's leading English news channel and India's #1 business magazine, two mega brands get together to bring you the most comprehensive coverage of the coming budget 2022. India Today Roundtable Goa. Listen to leaders like Pramod Sawant, Arvind Kejriwal, Mahua Moitra, P. Chidambaram, Devendra Fadnavis, Sanjay Raut, Sudhin Dhavalikar, Vijay Sardesai, Utpal Parikar, Amit Palekar, Randeep Singh Surjewala, and many others only at India Today Roundtable Goa, 3rd February 2022.
are watching India Today.
Welcome back. You're with us here on India Today as we track Budget 22 for you. And booster shot budget it has been indeed. Nirmala Sitharaman presented her fourth budget, her shortest speech yet. The opposition, however, was quick to slam the Modi government. Congress MP Rahul Gandhi took to Twitter to dub the budget a zero-sum budget. He said the Modi government had nothing for the salaried class, nothing for the middle class, the poor and deprived, youth, farmers, even MSMEs. Several other opposition leaders echoed Rahul Gandhi's words. TMC leader Derek O'Brien tweeted, "Diamonds are this government's best friend. For the rest, farmers, middle class, daily earners, unemployed, this is a PM does not care budget." Mamata Banerjee said the budget had nothing for the poor, calling it a Pegasus spin budget. Congress MP Shashi Tharoor, however, praised the government's move on digital currencies, but criticized for what it called the lack of substance for common citizens.
डिजिटल इकोनॉमी जो दुनिया भर में जो डिजिटाइजेशन हो रहा है, प्रधानमंत्री ने कहा भी है कि भारत का एक अहम रोल भी है और भारत के एंटरप्रेन्योर्स और स्टार्टअप्स का भी एक अहम अपॉर्चुनिटी है उनके लिए। और मैं खुश हूं कि आज बजट में वित्त मंत्री ने उस डिजिटल इकोसिस्टम को काफ़ी बहुत सपोर्ट किया है। हमारे युवाओं को अगले आने वाले सालों में काफ़ी एक अपॉर्चुनिटी क्रिएट करने के पॉलिसीज भी बनाए हैं।
नहीं, मैंने तो ये कहा कि ये गरीबों का बजट नहीं है, अमीरों का बजट है। जैसा कि उन्होंने महाभारत कोट किया, ये एकलव्य की बजट नहीं है, ये सिर्फ द्रोणाचार्य और अर्जुन की बजट है। किसानों की आमदनी 2 गुना करने की बात कर रहे हैं, वो कहाँ है?
बहुत ही प्रभावी, ऐतिहासिक और आने वाले 2-3 वर्षों के लिए भारत की आर्थिक व्यवस्था को और मजबूत करने का बहुत ही सार्थक रोड मैप है। भारत की आंतरिक मजबूती कितनी आपने आज ही देखा कि जीएसटी कलेक्शन 1,40,000 करोड़ हो गया जनवरी में 22 में, तो ये तो स्पष्ट दिखाई पड़ता है। तो आज मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता हुई है कि क्या एग्रीकल्चर, क्या इन्वायरमेंट, क्या मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, क्या 5G, क्या टेलीकम्युनिकेशन, क्या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, इन सबों पर बहुत ही प्रभावी ध्यान दिया गया है। ये नौकरी के बड़े अवसर बनाएंगे, जो बॉन्ड की व्यवस्था की गई है। और मुझे पूर्व IT मंत्री को बहुत प्रसन्नता है जिस तरह से देश में डिजिटाइजेशन को बहुत ही प्रभावित किया गया है।
गरीब विरोधी, किसान विरोधी MSP को लीगलाइज करने की कोई इसमें गारंटी नहीं की गई, कोई भी। जुमलेबाजी हमेशा करते हैं, जुमलेबाजी में ये भी आंकड़ों का मकल जाल है, वो कुछ नथिंग।
Budget, it's an astonishingly disappointing budget. In fact, when you look at or listen to the speech, of which we don't yet have a written text, no mention of Umrega, no mention of defence, no mention of any of the urgent priorities facing the public. We are facing terrible inflation and there is no tax relief for the middle class. This is a completely, this is a budget which seems to be pushing the mirage of Achhe Din even farther away. Now it's India at 100. अभी 25 साल और इंतजार करना पड़ेगा अच्छे दिन आने के लिए।
Budget is a pro-corporate budget, pro-rich budget, anti-poor, anti-middle class budget.
You are saying that there was nothing good to talk about this budget?
It is only for the corporate. It only works for the corporate. The government has again shown that this government is हम दो हमारा दो का सरकार है, और this finance minister's speech clearly gives lot of welfare schemes for the corporates. There is nothing for the poor, nothing for the unemployed, nothing for the farmers.
Now, the centre also is looking to revamp the education system. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, in her fourth budget, announced a slew of developmental plans coming in for the sector. Digital universities will be developed to provide access for students looking for world-class quality education. Budget also laid emphasis on skilling programs. Sitharaman said that ITIs will start courses on skilling. Further, the digital Desh e-portal will be launched for skilling, upskilling and reskilling of the youth. One class, one TV channel program of the Prime Minister e-Vidya will be expanded from 12 to 200 TV channels, which will also enable all states to provide supplementary education in regional languages. That's for classes 1 to 12 to make up for the loss of formal education due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
Due to the pandemic-induced closure of schools, our children, particularly in the rural areas and those from scheduled castes and scheduled tribes and other weaker sections, have lost almost 2 years of formal education. Mostly, these are children in government schools. We recognize the need to impart supplementary teaching and to build a resilient mechanism for education delivery. For this purpose, one class, one TV channel program of PM e-Vidya will be expanded from 12 to 200 TV channels. This will enable all states to provide supplementary education in regional languages for classes 1 to 12. High-quality e-content in all spoken languages will be developed for delivery via internet, mobile phones, TV, and through radio and digital teachers. A competitive mechanism for development of quality e-content by the teachers will be set up to empower and equip them with digital tools of teaching and facilitate better learning outcomes. A digital university will be established to provide access to students across the country for world-class quality universal education with personalized learning experience at their doorsteps. This will be made available in different Indian languages and ICT formats. The university will be built on a networked hub and spoke model, with the hub building cutting-edge ICT expertise. The best public universities and institutions in the country will collaborate as a network of hub and spoke.
India has taken the first big step to mainstream cryptocurrencies, and this perhaps was one of the biggest highlights in the budget. Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman, while presenting the fourth union budget, announced that the Reserve Bank of India is going to issue its own version of digital currency in the next financial year using blockchain technology. The Finance Minister acknowledged that this will lead to cheaper management of currency and boost the overall economy. There was, however, disappointment for private crypto holders as the government brought digital assets under 30% tax regime. Crypto gains will also not be available for deduction and cannot be set off against losses in tax return.
Introduction of a central bank digital currency will give a big boost to digital economy. Digital currency will also lead to a more efficient and cheaper currency management system. It is therefore proposed to introduce digital rupee using blockchain and other technologies to be issued by the Reserve Bank of India starting 2022 and 23. Scheme for taxation of virtual digital assets. There has been a phenomenal increase in transaction in virtual digital assets. The magnitude and frequency of these transactions have made it imperative to provide for a specific tax regime. Accordingly, for the taxation of virtual digital assets, I propose to provide that any income from transfer of any virtual digital asset shall be taxed at the rate of 30%, 30%. No deduction in respect of any expenditure or allowance shall be allowed while computing such income except cost of acquisition. Further, loss from transfer of virtual digital asset cannot be set off against any other income. Further, in order to capture the transaction details, I also propose to provide for TDS on payment made in relation to transfer of virtual digital asset at the rate of 1% of such consideration above a monetary threshold. Gift of virtual digital asset is also proposed to be taxed in the hands of the recipient.
Nirmala Sitharaman there presenting her fourth budget, and also we saw a big Atmanirbhar defence push coming in. The Union Finance Minister has emphasised on reducing imports in the defence sector, making it self-reliant. The Finance Minister has said 68% of the 1.52 lakh crore purchases related to the defence sector will be done from domestic companies, which was 58% till the last financial year. The Finance Minister has emphasised on promoting research and development in the defence sector from the private sector, startups as well as the academic world. She also said that the private sector will develop military platforms in partnership with Defence Research and Development Organisation. She further added that artificial intelligence, drones and semiconductors have immense potential, and said that 25% of defence R&D was allocated for startups.
Our government is committed to reducing imports and promoting Atmanirbharta in equipment for the armed forces. 68% of the capital procurement budget will be earmarked for domestic industry in 22-23, up from 58% in 21-22. Defence R&D will be opened up for industry, startups and academia, with 25% of defence R&D budget earmarked. Private industry will be encouraged to take up design and development of military platforms and equipment in collaboration with DRDO and other organizations through SPV model. An independent nodal umbrella body will be set up for meeting wide-ranging testing and certification requirements.
Let's take a look at some of the other highlights from the budget. Many SOPs for urban India and for young India as well. A big focus on digital ecosystem, skilling and on job generation as well. Talking about how there'll be some 60 lakh jobs through some of the schemes. The aim being to skill, reskill, upskill, looking at online training. That was a key area of focus. Talking about state-of-the-art digital infrastructure that would be put in place to connect job seekers with relevant opportunities. The government has also recognized the potential of electric vehicles and pushed for a whole new battery swapping policy to help EV penetration. This was also a very big theme in the budget. The Finance Minister allocated 18,000 crore rupees to boost public transport in urban areas. And young India can set its eyes on blazing fast next generation internet services with 5G rollout, getting a 2023 end timeline. Spectrum auction for 5G will also be conducted this year. Nirmala Sitharaman announced that e-passports would be rolled out from next year for more convenience to the public. The e-passports will use embedded chips and futuristic technology. The passports will be in line with international rules. India is also eyeing a rise of drones with unmanned aerial vehicles dedicated for the agri sector. Drones will help crop assessment, land records and insecticide spraying and open new avenues for drone enthusiasts.
We will promote a shift to use of public transport in urban areas. This will be complemented by clean tech and governance solutions, special mobility zones with zero fossil fuel policy and EV vehicles. Battery swapping policy. Considering the constraint of space in urban areas, for setting up charging stations at scale, a battery swapping policy will be brought out and interoperability standards will be formulated. Digital ecosystem for skilling and livelihood, the Desh Stack e-portal, will be launched. This aims to empower citizens to skill, reskill or upskill through online training. It will also provide API-based trusted skill credentials, payment and discovery layers to find relevant jobs and entrepreneurial opportunities. Startups will be promoted to facilitate Drone Shakti through varied applications and for drone as a service. In select ITIs in all states, the required courses for skilling will be started. Use of Kisan drones will be promoted for crop assessment, digitization of land records, spraying of insecticides and nutrients. States will be encouraged to revise syllabi of agricultural universities to meet the needs of natural, zero budget, and organic farming, modern day agriculture, value addition, and management. AVGC Promotion Task Force. The animation, visual effects, gaming, and comic, the AVGC sector, offers immense potential to employ youth. An AVGC Promotion Task Force with all stakeholders will be set up to recommend ways to realize this and build domestic capacity for serving our markets and the global demand. Telecommunications in general and 5G technology in particular can enable growth and offer job opportunities. Required spectrum auctions will be conducted in 2022 to facilitate rollout of 5G mobile services within 2022-23 by private telecom providers. A scheme for design-led manufacturing will be launched to build a strong ecosystem for 5G as part of the production-linked incentive scheme. To enable affordable broadband and mobile service proliferation in rural and remote areas, 5% of annual collections under the Universal Service Obligation Fund will be allocated. This will promote R&D and commercialization of technologies and solutions. Our vision is that all villages and their residents should have the same access to e-services, communication facilities, and digital resources as urban areas and their residents. The contracts for laying optical fiber in all villages, including remote areas, will be awarded under the BharatNet project through PPP in 22 and 23. Completion is expected in 2025. Measures will be taken to enable better and more efficient use of the optical fiber.
And now to get some more insight on the budget, we've got with us a panel of guests joining in. So let's go across Ved Jain, Mr. Gopalan, Siddharth, a whole lineup of esteemed panelists to take us through some critical highlights of Budget 22.
Absolutely, Abha, and it's been a long day. And we will, between the Prime Minister's remarks, also now count down to the Finance Minister press conference. But very warm welcome to R. Gopalan, former Secretary of the Department of Economic Affairs and noted tax practitioner and chartered accountant Ved Jain. Mr. Gopalan, I start with you, if you can hear me. Well, before we go to Mr. Gopalan, let's quickly go to Mr. Jain. Mr. Jain, tell us the tax highlight. Is it the 30% tax on cryptos that we should be focused on?
Yes, I believe there's been no change in the tax rate for individual companies and others. The focus in the today's budget, if I see on direct taxes, is only taxing this digital currency, calling this virtual digital assets at 30% with no deduction of any expenditure. And a big announcement that RBI will be coming out with digital Indian rupee currency. So
Mr. Jain, to make it simple for our audience, you've also been the former president of the Institute of Chartered Accountants of India, ICAI. The wording of the announcement of the finance minister and the actual terminology which is contained in the law is always different. Some people are asking about what it really means, and I'm going to do a rapid fire round with you. Does anyone who buys or sells cryptocurrency on any platform in India now have to pay 30% on the income earned on it?
Yes, you see what they have said it. Look into the fact that there is a lack of transparency in these transactions. So what has been said that when you will sell this virtual digital asset, which a currency, when you're selling, whatever the amount you are receiving, that will be taxed at 30%. But if you have a cost of acquisition for that asset, so if you can establish that you have acquired these assets at some value, that will be deducted. And on that 30% you will have to pay. However, no expenditure will be allowed, because people may say that I have incurred expenditure on rent, salary, or any other internet, etc. So no expenditure will be allowed, because there is a memorandum explaining the budget, which has clarified that this is a total amount which will be 30% subject to tax, and any person making any payment will be required to withhold tax at the rate of 1%. So when you are buying any
Mr.
asset, then
Mr. Jain, so therefore, in very simple terms, anyone who is an investor in any form of cryptocurrency currently in India, regardless of the outcome, will bear a tax liability. Am I correct in summarizing it in that manner?
Yeah, you are absolutely right, Siddharth. Absolutely.
Number two, there was another provision which seemed to suggest that losses on this account cannot be set off. Explain that simply to us, because that is not the usual tax treatment for losses.
See, there can be a situation that you have bought a currency, say for 100 rupees, digital cryptocurrency, and you have sold at 80 rupees, so you would have incurred a loss of rupees 20. In the normal circumstances, when you incur any loss, that loss is eligible to be set off against other income, particularly in the same year. So now they say that in case you incur any loss, that loss will not be allowed to be set off against any other income.
Mr. Jain, in your experience, and I certainly think so, sir, this is very unusual. This is almost like a punitive measure. What is the message and signal being given by this additional clause?
I believe that this is basically the government doesn't want to encourage it. On the contrary, they want to discourage that people should not invest. And in order to, because the concern of the government is
Mr. Jain, I want to take these points with you in a rapid fire manner. If the government is wanting to discourage people from investing, then why is it using tax as a blunt force instrument? Why is there no law? Even if you have to ban it, come out with a law.
No, you see, Mr. Sarah, there has to be two things you must keep in mind. See, digital currency is the future. You can't help it out and you cannot get out of it.
Mr.
Now,
Jain,
you need to regulate it.
The future is rosy for everyone, but why should people live in pain in the present? Who has seen the future?
I do agree, but as on the date, the thought process is that many people are investing in black and many people are not reporting it. So in case to discourage people to go all out for this type of investment.
Then if you are doing a 30% at the top kind of rate for taxing it, then why are you introducing punitive measures? Because at the same time, and I'm really confused about this, Mr. Jain, that's why I'm asking you this, and I know that there are thousands of youth who have invested in crypto all over India. You are also talking about a sarkari currency, a blockchain-based currency, if you kind of describe it with an adjective, also a cryptocurrency. Now, will the tax treatment of that sarkari currency also be the same, or will Bharat Sarkar and RBI say that will be taxed differently?
I think that will be different. I think once the RBI comes with the Indian digital currency and Indian rupee, that cannot be subject to the same. Frankly speaking, when you have a currency, the currency itself, currency is a medium to carry out the business. So currency per se should not be chargeable to tax. Frankly speaking, if
no, Mr. Jain, I don't know even 1% of the tax that you know, but I'll ask you a question. The rupee is traded as a commodity. A digital currency is traded as a commodity.
Yes.
Then why should there be different classes of taxation? You just suddenly go out and announce this in 2 paras, you throw everybody into a turmoil. You have had years to come out with reasoned, logical, rational laws and regulations and tax treatment clauses. I am completely befuddled as to why it is being done in this ham-handed manner.
See, Siddharth, it is basically the government concern is lack of transparency in the transaction of cryptocurrency. So the assumption is that there is a lack of transparency.
Okay, let's take that point on lack of transparency, Mr. Jain, with Mr. R. Gopalan, who is now with us, former Secretary of Economic Affairs, a veteran of many budgets and policy making. Mr. Gopalan, before we go into broader macro numbers, I want to take this point about crypto up with you. We have had a situation where a law has not been framed. Fair enough, it takes time to frame laws. Laws cannot be made overnight, should not be made overnight. There was supposed to be public consultation, that has not happened. Meanwhile, not just the main door of the house, every single door, window, exhaust, everything is open, allowing cryptocurrency to be traded, exchanged in India. Millions of people are jumping on that bandwagon. A law is not framed because the RBI has a different view. Please tell me what is the fault of those people who have invested. Suddenly you are saying 30%. I don't care about what the platforms will say. Look at it from a policy, rational point of view of the common man of India. Mr. Gopalan, that question was for you, sir.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Please go ahead.
Me? Are you able to hear me?
Yes.
Yeah. It's like this. You see, Siddharth, this is a speculative kind of a gain which people are making. And it is correct to slap a duty of 30% of that nature on speculative money. First, it will reduce the speculation. One, it will also prevent a number of people getting into this, because this is something which has no recourse. Suppose you get into a problem of not getting the money back or something, there is no recourse for you to get this legal recourse for you available in the country.
Sir, but there is no law. Mr. Gopalan, please allow me to interrupt you, because I want to make it easy for all viewers. There is no law. I don't make law. You have been a former lawmaker. Mr. Ved Jain has contributed to thousands and thousands of taxation clauses. Why is there no law?
No, the law is coming. The question is, it will take some time for the law to be. So
before the law, before reasoned judgment, before parliamentary debate, we go ahead and decide 30% plus a punitive clause saying if you have losses, you cannot set them off, which is available in every other tax statute. I simply don't get it. And if people would perhaps think that I have any vested interest, me, my family, my near and dear, far friends also perhaps don't have crypto. So that's a disclosure. Mr. Gopalan, I am really worried that in the India of 2022, we are not able to do reasoned policy making on cryptocurrencies.
Siddharth, let me explain. If you give me about a couple of minutes, okay? This is purely speculative one on which law is yet to be formed. Until the law is yet to be formed, you don't have any recourse for the citizens.
So ban it, sir. Sir, ban it. If TikTok can be banned, Mr. Gopalan, if TikTok can be banned, why not cryptocurrencies?
No, you see, banning something which will drive it underground, therefore it is not advisable to ban it at this point in time. Okay, allow that to go. And there will be some amount of control by taxation measures to know that, people are able to discourage to get into this. But if people really want to take this beyond that and also, play for, higher taxation, they can get into it. So a select set of people will get into it. Therefore, there is nothing wrong until the law is framed. Nothing wrong in having it. Second.
Yes, sir. Quickly, sir. I have other guests and the finance minister will also be speaking shortly, sir.
Yeah. As far as the other one is, the central bank's cryptocurrency is concerned, that is a way of, RBI controlling the way through, various transactions, the ledgers, multiple ledgers, we are able to understand that the transactions are traced, and money, it's almost like a electronic currency. So that is different from the cryptocurrency, which is, Dogecoin and those kind of cryptocurrencies which are going in. They are totally different. So these two are, two different entities.
Okay, those are points that perhaps need a more reasoned debate, and thank you for bearing with me, Mr. Jain and Mr. Gopalan.
Siddharth, can I answer this question?
Yes, sir, quickly, sir. My colleague Abba Bakai is also here. We have other guests.
Only quick answer is the present thought process is it is just like a prize winning or a gambling like the horse trading like or horse winning race, etc. Because the same are also taxed in the same manner. So in case you have a horse winning race or a prize or a gambling like this, though there is a tax of 30% with no adjustment of losses being allowed. So I believe the thought process is whosoever is investing and doing in cryptocurrency is just like a gambling. That's
I'm glad, Mr. Jain, and I thank you for that. And your expertise on this subject comes through that comment, because now I understand the policy approach, the tax policy approach to this. You are saying that, and Abba, this is an important point. I've been having this debate with two stellar policy people in our country with regard to 30%, and we have ourselves done stories, and taxation is fine. All cryptocurrency platforms have welcomed taxation. At what rate is a matter of debate. But the point about losses not being allowed to set off, and now Mr. Jain has given us clarity that this is therefore an indication that gambling, speculative activity, crypto is being put there. Just like you have sin taxes on alcohol and cigarettes, this is that. Abba, before you take over, I want to go to Mr. Gopalan. Mr. Gopalan, the big debate hours after the budget is trying to look through the expenditure, trying to look through the fiscal deficit projections, and one of the views, and we have Finance Minister Nirmala Sitharaman flanked by all her secretaries. So she'll start. Mr. Gopalan, very quickly, one quick comment on the fiscal deficit and the expenditure allocations before we start.
Both revenue and expenditure the buoyancy for tax collection has been shown to be 0.86 against 1.2 of last year, or this year, current year. For the next year, it is 0.86. So I have a feeling both revenue and expenditure are under projected, number one.
Under projection.
Because under projected, both of them are under